there isn't loads. There isn't normally loads, in all fairness, when it comes to these shows, because these shows are very much, as we said, kind of the fallout. We know that the plans for these shows can change like a billion times, as Vince, changes his mind, makes a few little tweaks and changes. So, that's to be expected. But going into tonight, we've got The Miz responding to Logan Paul. Logan Paul obviously signing the contract the other day, and even sending a little message to Miz where he actually wrote out, "I'll see you at SummerSlam." That's obviously a match that's going to get made. So, no surprises there. But we get The Miz responding to Logan. We've got the Mysterios taking on Judgment Day. Obviously, there was that spooky vignette, which a lot of people are saying is connected to, including Fightful, connected to Edge. Obviously, I'm expecting more of that tonight. I don't know if we get Edge tonight or if we get another vignette tonight, but that's something to keep an eye on. But Mysterios against Judgment Day. And then obviously we're going to hear from Bobby Lashley, the new United States champion. I'm sure we're going to hear from Liv Morgan because she was on Raw. Now she's surely going to have to go to SmackDown because she cashed in on Ronda. So I'm guessing she might come and say goodbye. Maybe. I don't know. So we could get that. We're sure to hear from Theory because Theory obviously won the men's Money in the Bank. So that's obviously a massive deal as well. So quite a lot of activity tonight. And then there's rumors of a cooking segment of some kind. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I did see the rumor on that and I was like, I'm going to leave it. Some kind of cookout, some kind of cooking segment, but I did not look into who that was between. Because, in all fairness, we're going to watch the show and we'll find out. So, that's all I know on that one. So, could be good, could be bad. But I'm excited for the show. It feels like I've not been talking to you guys for a while. I genuinely feel like I've been on holiday. I mean, I only streamed on Saturday. I was doing UFC. A big thank you to everyone that stopped by, either the UFC stream or the Money in the Bank stream. There was a Money in the Bank stream. I know many of you stopped by to say, where is it? And maybe hadn't heard that it had moved over to the other channel. But it was great. I did go in and just have a quick look at a few moments during that Money in the Bank stream, and it seems like people were enjoying themselves. There was really good engagement. Seems like people were putting in their opinions and thoughts as normal. So, yeah, and the feedback we got was fantastic. So, if you joined us on Saturday for UFC, shout out to you. If you went over to the Wrestling Escape Pods and watched the Money in the Bank watch along, shout out to you. Wasn't expecting those kind of numbers over on that channel, but very, very good, very, very cool, and really appreciated. So, hope people had fun. And if you just chilled at home and watched it at home and didn't bother with any watch-alongs or anything, then I hope you enjoyed it. I haven't sat down and watched the whole show, Money in the Bank, but I have gone back and rewatched certain parts, kind of key parts, as well as, obviously I was keeping an eye throughout the night anyway. I'm fully up to speed with, pretty much everything that went down, and I did a review video on it, so if you want to I'm sure we will talk about Money in the Bank, but if you want kind of a more in-depth kind of real focus on it, then there's a whole video that comes in at nearly 20 minutes that's on the channel that kind of goes through my thoughts about everything. But I'm sure we'll touch on things as the night progresses. Hasib said, I agree with your thoughts on the Liv Ronda thing. The problem I had was Ronda stopped selling her injury by instantly getting up and hugging Liv. Yeah, she did no sell. I do agree with that. That's a really good point. She did just get up and sort of no sell it. So for those that didn't see that video, I was saying that and it is important to say this because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I don't have any problem with Liv winning Money in the Bank. It's not who I would have chosen, but I ain't got a problem with it. I think she's young. She deserves opportunity. She's got a good following. She's not a great promo, but she's good in ring, improving. And I mean, look, she's got bags of potential, and more importantly, she's got that connection with the fans. So, you know, she was a popular winner for Money in the Bank, and I had no problems with that. My slight issue was that when she cashed in on Ronda, and I don't care if Ronda has got 2 broken arms, 2 broken legs, a broken face, a broken teapot, a broken heart, broken dreams, right? I don't care what's broken. I'm struggling to buy Liv beating Ronda. I mean, Ronda is a UFC Hall of Famer, and I know that she was in like a hellacious match with like Natalia, but I mean, I just wasn't buying it. I wasn't buying that Ronda was there for the taking, and I think I could have bought it. If they'd have booked it a slightly different way, but seeing Ronda actually get the better of Liv and actually get her in the ankle lock kind of made me feel like, well, I mean, like, this, she shouldn't be getting out of this. This is a UFC Hall of Famer known for her submissions. Granted, not ankle locks, more arm bars, but someone that trains in a variety of submission moves. Like, this is hard for me to buy. So, I mean, look, I feel like I might be in the minority on that. I have no problem with Liv being champion. I just would have done it a different way. But the reaction on social media was obviously overwhelming. The reaction from the crowd was great. As I said, I don't want to get it twisted. I'm not bothered that she's champion. I'm not salty about it. It's fine. I just wouldn't have done it that way. That's all. That's it. But yeah, I mean, look, that's it. We're up, we're running. We're on the Liv Morgan championship reign now. I was looking at WWE's social media, and she is all over that, absolutely all over it with, you know, behind-the-scenes footage. They've put out little memes. They've shared other wrestlers' thoughts, tweets about that moment. So, you know, the machine is right behind her. Make no mistake about it. She has been crowned champion, and right now WWE are fully focused on pushing her. So that's why I think there's a really good chance that we still see her tonight, and obviously then on Friday as well, which is where I'm guessing she will ultimately move to on a more permanent basis. I would have liked to have seen Cody Rhodes win Money in the Bank, says Robert. I think that probably was a plan, in all fairness. So just circumstances, isn't it? What with his injury and everything, that he wasn't able to compete, but he would have been there. I mean, he was part of the advert and everything. So Brenton said, happy 4th of July. Yes, happy 4th of July. Shout out to you, dudes. Hope you are having a fantastic day. I do have the stars and stripes in the background. So I did send a tweet out on Twitter, but it is worth just mentioning, you know, to all my US friends. I hope you have a fantastic day. I know it's a massive deal in America, Independence Day, and I hope you've had a lot of fun. Off Tom said, when do you think that Logan Paul will debut? So as we get a bit closer to SummerSlam, I think that, I mean, really any week. I don't expect him tonight. I think if he was going to be on tonight, they would have advertised it. I think that they might advertise him for next week. So I think The Miz will obviously respond, and then there's every chance that next week we see Logan Paul on, or maybe a couple of weeks after that. But SummerSlam is not that far away. I believe it's like the end of the month. We're talking about less than 4 weeks. 4 weeks to go until we get to SummerSlam. So obviously, he's going to be wrestling there against The Miz. I mean, it's done, isn't it? That match is happening. So we're going to hear from Miz tonight. So as we get closer, Logan will be around. Andy said The Miz is going to bring Logan down as much as he can tonight, and he will also mention what he has achieved and how Logan will never come close to achieving what he did in a long time. Jim said, where was the Canada flag on Canada Day? I don't think, was we streaming on Canada Day? I do remember talking about Canada Day, but I don't know if we were actually live for Canada Day. But listen, Canada Day, there was a Canadian flag in my heart on Canada Day. I can tell you that much. Isn't Logan on Raw? I saw it on Twitter, but I could be wrong. I've not seen it announced that he's on Twitter. I've seen a picture of him and Miz, but it said that it didn't say they were both on. It said that Miz responds to Logan tonight. So they might be a little bit cheeky with making you think that he's going to be coming on. There's every chance that in the past few minutes they've announced that he is going to be coming on, but I've not seen that, to be honest. Days, do you think Ronda pitched for Liv to beat her and give her the rub? Because I can't see Vince looking at a script saying Liv, of all people, is the third person to ever pin Ronda. Well, there is rumours and reports doing the round that, Ronda wanted Liv. I think somewhat, I don't really understand this, but apparently I've seen something where Ronda said, I want the most passionate person to beat me, or the person that's the most dedicated. If I'm going to lose, then I want to lose to the person that's the most dedicated, that, deserves it, if you will. And I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that conversation is. It's something that people have been sending to me on Twitter and on YouTube. Because when I, made my point about how the cash-in isn't the moment that I enjoy personally, I, again, have to keep coming back to the fact that I don't mind she's champion. I just wouldn't have done it that way. When I make that point, the response that some Liv Morgan fans have had has been that, well, it was Ronda's idea. It was Ronda's idea to drop it to Liv. But it doesn't change how I feel about the moment. Just because, Ronda was okay with it, still doesn't mean doesn't make it any more palatable. So that's kind of my take on it, is that I believe Ronda was involved. That's the rumors. But it changes nothing. I don't care. I don't care if Ronda handpicked Liv or not. I still feel that we should have done it a different way. Maybe Ronda. Maybe the person that I'm blaming more is Ronda for not selling more. She seems to still have her functions. She does mouth a swear word as soon as she sees Liv coming down. So she does give that moment of, damn, kind of a thing. I won't repeat the swear word. But she did mouth that. But as I said, moments later, she's got Liv in an ankle lock. So from that moment there, I would expect Ronda to get the finish at that point. I think they could have gone a different way. I think Ronda could have been pretty much done. Do you know what I mean? Pretty much passed out. Really doesn't know where she is. She's really wobbly on her feet. The ref having to check quite a few times that she's good to go. And Ronda could be just do you know what I mean? Completely out. But they never did it that way. They never went that way. She was fully aware of what was happening as Liv was coming down. She even got the advantage, and the booking on it just wasn't right for me. But the moment hit hard for a lot in the WWE universe. So I would say that was one of the only kind of moments that was a bit off for me. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like Theory winning, but I don't mind it. I mean, I think adding him the way that they did was a problem, because as soon as he gets added, I'm sure everyone was like, okay, he's winning. Because, as soon as I heard he'd been added, that was my thought, right, he's winning then. Because there's not much point in adding someone into a match that's already full if they're not going to do something significant. Either he's winning it or his starting his next feud by being in that match. You've got to be adding him for a reason. You're not just going to add him so that he just stands around being a passenger. So as soon as he got added, it was like, all right, okay, well, it looks like he's winning. Either winning or he's about to start his next feud. So, he gets added to the match. He ends up winning it, and a lot of people were down on that. There's a couple of reasons for that. One of them is the allegations that are against him, which honestly just look like they're always going to be hanging over him. I mean, these allegations are quite old now, and they were never proven, but they were serious, and they should have been treated, seriously. And they were. I mean, he got moved back to NXT because of them, because I think they wanted a bit of breathing space to kind of look into it and see how it played out. And there was no evidence, nothing came of it, and so he ended up finding his way back to the main roster eventually, because he was on the main roster. He was one of Seth's disciples. Then he ends up going back to NXT, and then he does the whole way stuff with Johnny Gargano and Candice LeRae and everything, and then he ends up coming back. So there was a few people on Twitter that were saying that they were against it for that reason. Which I can understand. I can understand that makes people uncomfortable because it was never proven to be true, but equally that's because there was no evidence. So I can understand people being a bit cautious around him, but I do think that it's harsh, to say the very least, to kind of, you know what I mean, find him guilty without any evidence. Like, I do find that that's not something I can do. So for me, like, yeah, you can be cautious around him and everything, but nothing came of it. He's an innocent man. He's free to, you know, live his life. And so on that front, that's not a barrier for me personally. The other one is that he's Vince's boy, isn't it? Everyone knows that Vince is crazy about him. And everyone knows that Vince is trying to push him, and I think that there's a few out there that don't want him to be pushed as a result, because they know that he's going to be a world champion, and it's all a little bit predictable, and so they are kind of pushing back on that. Which, again, it's an argument that I can understand, but he is going to get to be a world champion. They are going to, you know, move that way. He has got a lot of skill and a lot of talent. He is someone that needs that little boost because, you know, you've got Drew in the match. He'll be getting a title shot at Clash at the Castle. Seth will always be around the main event scene. You know, you kind of look at Sammy, Austin Theory. You look at those kind of people as people that could really do with the briefcase. People that don't normally get into that main event scene. I would have preferred Sammy. Theory was not my pick. But I'm not, it's not a problem. I saw Twitter, like, melting down and all of this. I saw, like, reactions of people, like, kicking their computers and everything because Theory had won, and I just don't understand that. I don't really get it. I don't understand. That wasn't how I felt about it. I was like, it's not the way I would have gone, but, no, do you know what I mean? Good upcoming superstar, gets a real push, a real boost. And I know people will say that this is a bit too soon, but Austin Theory could go on to get like 17, 18 world titles. Austin Theory could be the one that ultimately breaks that record. And if he is going to break that record, he's going to have to get started sooner rather than later when it comes to picking up world championships. So, yeah, it's interesting. He could fail with his cash-in. There's no guarantee that he's going to successfully cash in. I think there's a good chance he cashes in next year on Cody. I think that when Cody reaches the mountaintop, I can absolutely see that being the moment Austin Theory strikes. Now, whether he succeeds or not, I don't know. But I think they would love to have him with that briefcase for when Cody finally gets the championship, because everyone wants to see Cody do it. He's been fantastic in WWE, and I think that when Cody finally gets that championship and it's in his hands and he is the first Rhodes to be a WWE champion, you know, Dusty couldn't do it, Goldust couldn't do it, even Cody couldn't do it, Stardust couldn't do it. He had to go away, come back. He's done all this. We know the story. It's going to be a massive moment. That's when you bring someone down with the briefcase. That whether Theory succeeds at that point, I really don't know. There's every chance he comes in and Cody would stop him. But I think that I can see it going that way. Everyone's going to say SummerSlam, and I totally think he'll try, but I don't know that he's going to succeed. I think he'll try, but I don't think he'll succeed. He'll try and cash it in, but something will stop him. I think SummerSlam, to me, feels very predictable. that I think he'll try. I do think he'll try, but it does feel predictable that that's where the cash-in would happen. So, yeah, I'm really into the idea that he carries this for a while and takes it into next year where he faces or will capitalize on when Cody... Because when Cody becomes champ, and it will happen, when Cody becomes champion, he's going to be absolutely exhausted. The match that Cody has is going to take everything out of him. It's going to be like when Shawn Michaels finally became champion and the boyhood dream came true. Like, they wrestled an hour-long Iron Man match. They had to go into overtime. Like, it's gonna take everything out of Cody to achieve that dream, that Rhodes family dream that they've had. It's going to take everything. It's going to be just the perfect moment for someone to try and cash in. And what better than Theory, who people hate because they see him as Vince's boy, like coming down to try and steal it away. I hope it goes that way. I really do, because I think that's a great story. Again, I don't know if he succeeds or not, but I like the story. Hayden, shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. Really appreciate the support, and hope you've had a good day. Hope you had a good weekend. Sonny says Tony Khan is open to speaking to WWE about a joint show. Could a show ever take place between AEW and WWE? Well, I would never say never, but I mean, I would give it a 0.001% chance. I mean, I saw that article, and I can't be the only one that saw it and thought, you could have written this article at any point in the history of AEW. Like, the fact it came out today, I'm guessing is because he got asked and, he gave the answer. But I'm pretty sure if you asked Tony Khan at any point since AEW began, you would have got the same answer. Like, this is no surprise whatsoever. Like, AEW are struggling to get to 1 million viewers. They did get to 1 million because of Blood and Guts and all of that. So they did get back to 1 million, but normally they bob around 900,000. Of course they would love to work with WWE. Of course they would love to work with WWE. It's an absolute no-brainer, because think about the exposure that gives AEW. Like, I don't understand why that was even written. I don't understand the article, to be honest, because, like, it's so glaringly, like, obvious. It's kind of like, Tony Khan blinks every day of his life. Tony Khan likes to breathe. Tony Khan is addicted to oxygen. I mean, it's just, of course they would. Of course they would. There's no knock of AEW there, but of course they would. Of course they would love to work with WWE. So, yeah, I did see that article. But it's not his decision. I mean, it's Vince that holds the cards, and Vince is going to have no interest in that whatsoever. Apparently, The Rock has 5 half-siblings that he didn't know about. Rocky Johnson got around back in the day, says Cliff Beavers. Heather, hello, said, I don't want to think about AEW sullying their hands with WWE. They would do it. I mean, I don't know quite how the show would pan out, but they would do it, as we said, for that exposure. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. Amin, hope you are well. Big Time Baxter said, why do you think WWE went with Liv to win? Because a lot of Liv fans were expecting another disappointment. Was this to make up for last year's Money in the Bank decision? No. It won't have anything to do with, like, anything like that. The reports are that Ronda, I think they, I don't know why they wanted to take the title off Ronda. I mean, her championship reign has not been brilliant. But you don't fix that by taking the belt off of her. Like, you fix it by making it better, giving her more engaging storylines, giving her better opponents, like building things up. I mean, I actually thought some of the back and forth between Ronda and Natalya, certainly on social media, had been very good. And so I was kind of like into parts of, and like, when Natalya dressed up as Ronda, I thought that was fun. I thought it was fun. There was some really good back and forth between those two. And I don't know why they chose to end it. But either way, there are reports that Ronda played a part in the fact that it was Liv that was successful. She wanted to drop it to Liv. I don't know if she named Liv or just said that she wanted to drop it to, someone that they saw as being an up-and-comer. And so it ended up going that way. So, I mean, look, Vince isn't sitting there thinking, oh, I owe this person for last year and stuff like that. He doesn't operate that way. Do you know what I mean? The wrestling world moves forward quite quickly. And there are some storylines that are obviously connected, like Bianca got revenge on Becky because of SummerSlam, but that was a specific storyline. This wasn't connected to last year or connected to anything in the past. It's just, this is where we are at this moment, and it's Liv that benefits from it. So, as I said, I thought it was a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they'd go with Alexa. I thought there was a chance they could go with Becky as well, but good. Yeah, good. I've got no issue with Liv winning Money in the Bank. When do you think Roman will lose titles? I don't think he's going to lose them. He might hold on to them this year, to be honest. He might hold on to them this year. My gut feeling is that he could lose something to Drew, but I hope not, because I'm guessing that Drew is going to be competing for both of them at Clash at the Castle. I'm really hoping that something stops that, because I think if he loses his belts to Drew at Clash at the Castle, that for me will be a bit of a disappointing, because Drew just doesn't feel like the person. Drew doesn't feel like the person that could replace Roman. Roman is carrying SmackDown. He really is all over that show. Well, he was until he took that little break. And, with Paul Heyman and the Bloodline and all of that, he's got so many facets to his character. There's so much that's going on. There's so much story that's been told. The whole acknowledge me, tribal chief, head of the table, the Bloodline, the Paul Heyman coming and going over to Brock, coming back over again. Just the family as well, the history, the fact that you got Solo Sikoa that's in the company as well, and their parents are the Wild Samoans and Rikishi, and there's a lot of weight that comes with Roman being champion. I just think that Drew feels drastically short of that kind of impact. So Drew isn't someone that I'm hoping is going to be the one to beat Roman. I think it's really hard to know who that person could be, but I think that I'm hoping he gets past Brock at SummerSlam. I'm hoping that if there is a cash-in, it fails. I'm then hoping that Roman can get past Drew. That'll get us, towards, October time? Now, as we get to the end of the year, I don't know what's going to happen then. So, as we get towards the end of the year, hard to say, but I mean, there could be a chance that we get, say, Roman versus Cody on night 1 of WrestleMania, and then Roman versus Rock night 2, something like that. That could be interesting. Roman could be the first person to main event both nights. I reckon Cody could come back and win the Royal Rumble. If Roman has still got the championships, then it could be that Cody. This is something that I would like to see, actually. I would like to see Cody challenge Roman, but he only gets to challenge for one belt, and he challenges for the WWE, and he does that on the Saturday night. On that night, Theory looks to cash in after Cody beats Roman. Cody beats Roman night 1 of WrestleMania. Night 2 of WrestleMania, Roman takes on The Rock. Now, it is risky, because if you get injured on night 1, that's going to have a big repercussion for night 2. So I don't know how brave WWE would be with booking that. If you've got a main event like Rock and Roman, you are wrapping both competitors in cotton wool. You're putting bubble wrap around them. You really are not going to want to take any risks. So, it might be a case that Roman has to lose that title, the WWE title, before WrestleMania. I'm not too worried about that, though. I think there's a chance, we might get Seth Roman and somehow we get the title onto Seth, and then we get Cody Seth at WrestleMania. So you could always go that way. Maybe that'd be a way that people would prefer. But I like the idea of Roman headlining both nights. I think no one's done it. Someone's going to do it at some point. Why not let that person be Roman Reigns? Roman Reigns headlining both nights of WrestleMania. It was something, actually, that Sasha Banks said that she wanted to do. She spoke to, I think, Ariel Helwani, and she said to Ariel Helwani that she wanted to be the first person to main event both nights. And it's something they do in Wrestle Kingdom. We've seen in Wrestle Kingdom people having matches on night 1 and on night 2. So it's not like it's never happened in wrestling. And it will happen in WWE. I've got no doubts about that. I just don't know if they'll do it next year. I think there's a chance that, Roman could lose that WWE title before WrestleMania. But to be honest, the main record, the big record, the one that's getting up to like 700 days is that Universal title reign. The Universal title reign is the big one. That's the one that's, I think most people are focused. It's what I'm focused on. I don't really care if he loses the WWE one. Not really bothered. He's only had that since WrestleMania anyway. But the Universal one, that one is going for 700 days now. So, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, man. A lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that could happen. We got Cody, we got Theory, we've got Clash at the Castle, we got, obviously, Last Man Standing match against Brock. So, plenty of opportunity for Roman to lose the belts. But, yeah, personally, my stance on it. I'm enjoying it. I think it's working. I think people are largely still on board, but there are some that have jumped off the hype train. But largely people are still on board. And I think just keep riding it. Ride it till the wheels fall off. Ride it until everyone hates it. And see if we can get to 1,000 days, which is getting closer all the time. What are your thoughts on WWE rewriting its own history, let alone wrestling as a whole? They have a fascinating history with some great moments and matches. Why play with it, says Brenton. Give me an example of them rewriting history. I know that is something that they have done, where they've done video packages and they've done little look backs and things have been told a little different than how they were, but I feel like you are thinking of some specific, so give me the specifics. 'Cause it's hard to say. It's hard. I mean, like you could talk about like when they show previous champions and they like leave out Chris Benoit and stuff like this, or anything that involves like Benoit and the Owen Hart incident and things along those lines. Like, I can understand that. Those kind of bits I can understand. Amin said, if Roman lose the belt, the Usos will lose the belt too. I've moved on from the hype train since Survivor Series, says Big Time Baxter. Knight Rider said, Theory could cash in for the WWE Championship at SummerSlam and Roman still keeps the Universal. Could do. James says, hello, I'm looking forward to a great episode of Raw. Do you think we get a second cryptic video tonight? I think so. I think that we do get another one, because I think that first one, they have designed that to be that way on purpose. Like, I think Edge probably had a little bit of input in it, but I think that WWE, they're not stupid. Like, they look at a lot of numbers, they look at a lot of analytics. They're aware of what social media is saying. I mean, man, if you want feedback on the shows, I mean, I don't know if any form of entertainment gets the same level of feedback as what wrestling does. I mean, literally everyone has an opinion and everyone shares that opinion online. And so WWE really don't need to look too far to get a good idea of what's working and what's not working. And they'll be fully aware that fans love those kind of spooky, cryptic, got to read into things kind of, vignettes. That was a big part of the success of the Funhouse. They will have seen the reaction as well to the first Edge one. I've got to think they had a few up their sleeve. I think they're more than likely going to keep teasing and kind of milking it. And I don't mind. I think that it's a talking point. I think people are into it. I think it's a bit of a shame that, like, you know, we're fairly confident that it's Edge and, like, you know, there's not more mystery there. Maybe they just gave us, like, a bit too much on the clue front. Although saying that, if everyone thought that it was Bray and then, like, kept thinking it was Bray and then it turned out not to be Bray, that could really backfire on WWE. So perhaps doing it this way is a bit better. In case you didn't see it, Joey Chestnut 863 hot dogs and buns at the 15th Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Legends. What an all-time great. An all-time great. There was a story that Jerry told of Vince yelling at Michael Cole through the headset when he said something about two wrestlers having a storied history, and Vince said not to bring that up. Yeah, I mean, like, that I would say is not necessarily, like, rewriting history. It's more just ignoring it. You know, Vince might not want to kind of... Vince isn't a massive fan of kind of bringing up stuff that's happened in the past because he wants it to always be accessible. He wants it to be the here and the now. He wants to be able to, like, you know, show... video packages from recent weeks and not really have to dig back too far. I mean, there's so much opportunity for storylines from things that happened in the past. But, I mean, how often is it that they necessarily go there? They're always focused on, like, current feuds and really where the product is now. So, yeah, I can kind of understand him not wanting the waters to get too muddied and not having maybe, dare I say, the baggage of, like, history and what has come before. So my feeling on it is I wish they did do more from the past, because I think it means more. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can believe... It's hard to believe that these people feud and then that's it, they forget about it and just move on. So, you know, there are some rivalries that, you know, need to get revisited and stories that need to be kind of developed on. But it's just not really the way that Vince operates. It's possible Dustin Rhodes from AEW will appear on SmackDown when his contract runs out, says Robert. Big Time Baxter said, have you heard the rumors of the Street Profits breaking up? According to Meltzer, did you see the finish at Money in the Bank? Yeah. So I saw the finish at Money in the Bank. I saw that the shoulder was up. I saw the teases of them splitting. There's a lot of talk that WWE would be really interested in Montez Ford going solo. And if I was Dawkins, I would be working on my physique like you wouldn't believe. Like, Dawkins should be living in the gym right now, because that is a way that I think he can stay relevant. Because, unfortunately, right now, you'd have to say that Dawkins is the Marty Jannetty of the team. So I think that Dawkins is the one that is going to be the Tucker. You know, I think it's going to be the Otis for Montez Ford. He'll be the Otis that sticks around, and Dawkins could end up being the Tucker that gets cut. You know, the Marty Jannetty, the tag team partner that kind of fades into obscurity. So he needs to find a way of making his mark and standing out. And he's a big guy, man. He's a big guy. He just needs to get, like, jacked and toned and ripped, and it's a lot of work, but, I mean, you got to do it, and yeah, you got to do it. We all know that Vince is crazy about, like, big guys and physiques, so, yeah. My thoughts are that Montez is ripped. He is absolutely jacked. He will go on to have a great career. But I do think that, like, Angelo Dawkins needs to be working right now, because it does look like that split is quite close. Quite close. They're certainly teasing it right now. Ryan Satin's interview with Alexa was amazing, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. YouTube Boxing said, will you do KSI against Wasabi? I have no idea what is on, to be honest. I don't know what else is on that week, so I've not had loads of people asking about it. I always tend to just go by demand. I mean, that is proper YouTube boxing, isn't it? And it is something which I kind of have moved away from, just because I think it had its time. And for me personally, I feel like its time is done. But I do know that KSI is a massively popular YouTube personality. So I don't know. It's something that I would look at, but it's not something that is currently on my agenda. Let's put it that way. It's not on my schedule at the moment. But if the demand was there, then I would look at it. Shakeem says it's not my cup of tea. What do you watch AEW Dark on YouTube? What? It's on YouTube, yes. That's where you watch Dark. I don't watch it, but that's where you can watch it. Master Chief said, don't waste your time on KSI. It's super lame. Montez going solo will be amazing, but it would put Dawkins into oblivion, says James. James, hope you are well. Hasib said, do you think Finn replaced Edge? They feel irrelevant now. Well, they feel a little irrelevant because they've not been doing anything. They've not been part of the build for Money in the Bank. We just saw them in a backstage segment building for tonight's match against the Mysterios. So they weren't at Money in the Bank. They're not really in any kind of feud. It's been a little while since they attacked Edge. So, yeah, I would say that they feel a little irrelevant, but that could change tonight. You know, it's been a hot minute since they've been out there cutting promos or like really doing anything. So as we said, they've got a match tonight, so could change tonight. Wrestling Escape Pods says, I'm a huge fan, please follow back. Wrestling Escape Pod, shout out to you. Hope you are a great watch along Wrestling Escape Pods for the Money in the Bank stream. Thought you did a fantastic job. So shout out to you. Great channel. Great guys over there. And they've got, I think I'm right in saying they do episodes on Tuesdays. So they should have a very fun episode tomorrow over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. Matthew said, my pick to win the women's Money in the Bank is Liv Morgan. Well, good news, Matthew, because it happened, and it happened. So, well done. Well done for your 2-day late prediction. Brenton said, another example on the Monday Night War DVD, WWE made out like WCW was the villain, and Vince complained about predatory tactics WCW used when Vince was the king of that stuff in the 80s. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's rewriting history, though, because they did go further at times. I mean, WWF did the whole Nacho Man and Billionaire Ted skits, right? Which are relatively harmless, right? Just poking a little bit of fun, just making out that Macho Man was old and Hogan was old and, you know, yeah, they're definitely not innocent. But, you know, you look at WCW giving away WWE's results. You know, WCW, it's crazy. It's crazy to think. I mean, some people might not even know that happened, but during the Monday Night War, when you had WCW and WWF on at the same time, WWF was taped, and so WCW quite often would read out the results. They would find out the results, and they would read them out. Don't bother watching the other show, the other wrestling show, because this is what they're doing tonight. And then they would read out their results. I mean, like, that is pretty underhand. So, I mean, look, it's they always say that history is written by the winners. So I think I would say on that example, Vince isn't necessarily lying. I think that there were some underhand tactics. But, yeah, you could go further to say that Vince had done underhand tactics as well. But, listen, history is written by the winners, isn't it? And so Vince will have his say on that. But I must admit, I don't think that's a rewriting of history. I think that's him telling the truth. I think he's being honest. He's just not telling you that he did some underhand stuff as well. Eric, shout out to you, bud. Eric says, Happy Lost Colonies Day. Happy Lost Colonies Day. It's not as ringy, is it? Happy Independence Day. Hope you're well, Eric. Shout out to you. Delmar said, how do you think Liv gets past Ronda, who is potentially going to turn heel? We've got Charlotte coming back. Neither woman should, because I think Bayley or Rhea should beat Liv. There's a lot to unpack there. How do you think Liv gets past Ronda? Well, I think that's a problem, because I don't think she should have got past her at Money in the Bank, and that's when she was slightly injured. So I think that, going into SummerSlam, which is where we might get the rematch, there's rumors that Liv and Ronda could be getting a rematch there. I think that Liv can't win that clean. She's got to try and, give her all and be getting beaten down and potentially on the verge of losing when someone interferes or something happens or there's a count out or I don't know. There's got to be something like that, because I can't buy Liv Morgan beating UFC Hall of Famer Ronda Rousey clean in a ring. There's ways for her to get out of SummerSlam with that belt. It doesn't mean that she's got to drop it straight back. But I just think for the credibility of this feud, if it is a feud, we can't have Liv winning clean. I'm just not going to be able to buy it. I wonder if they're planting seeds for Shayna Baszler to attack, because they're certainly planting seeds that Shayna Baszler is, looking to. Well, there's been a few little fall-ins out. There was a little video that WWE put out that showed. Ronda and Shayna having a few words. Then I believe there was something that went out on TikTok or something, or Instagram, that showed the two of them being on different pages as well again. So, again, the seeds being planted for a Shayna-Ronda feud, and I definitely think that's coming. I definitely think that's down the road. So, I wonder if that will play a part of into the SummerSlam match. Rick Hunter, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Darcy, hello, buds. Montez being a star, it would be awesome to eventually get Montez and Bianca versus Rollins and Becky. That would be great. It's got the potential to be one of the greatest mixed matches ever. Any others come to mind? There's been quite a few. There was a whole mixed match challenge, which was like a whole tournament where they did mixed tag matches. That, to be honest, that was on Facebook, and they were trying Facebook Watch to see if that was something that could support some original content. So they did the mixed match challenge. It was more comedic than it was, great mixed match kind of tag team action, if you will. But I think it's still worth watching. It's got some great moments in it. But whenever we talk about mixed tag teams, the one that comes to mind, and it might be because we've just been talking about it, but Ronda and Kurt against Steph and Triple H from WrestleMania 34. I know it wasn't that long ago, but that is regarded as one of the best celebrity debut matches ever, with Ronda coming in, being, green, and she was super protected by the other people in that match. Everyone was loving it. It got a great score from Dave Meltzer. It was, it was just really highly regarded. I thought it was a lot of fun as well. And that is one of the first that comes to mind. I also think about Cena, and wasn't it just the year before that we got Cena and Nikki Bella against Miz and Maurice? And Miz and Maurice had been dressing up as Cena and Nikki and doing little skits and making fun of them. And talking about how they were never going to get married and never going to have kids. And then after that match, that's when John Cena proposed to Nikki Bella in the ring at WrestleMania. So you got that one as well. And then, if you want to go more old school, then I think about, Macho King and Sensational Sherry against Dusty Rhodes and Sapphire. So that was from, a SummerSlam, I think. But Sapphire wasn't very good, but Sensational Sherry was amazing. She's so underrated. She is, I don't know, is she in the top 10? I feel like she could be. She is a phenomenal wrestler. She was so good. but she was just used more as a valet and a manager. But even in that role, she was brilliant. So Sensational Sherry, seeing her wrestle was at SummerSlam was great. It should have happened more. It should have happened a lot more. But yeah, obviously Macho Man, Dusty Rhodes. I mean, you are talking about. It's only Sapphire there. I think Sapphire was like an independent wrestler. I think she could do a few things, but you could tell she was out of her depth. I mean, you're talking about 3 absolute Hall of Fame legends and Sapphire. But yeah, Macho Man, Sensational Sherry, Dusty Rhodes. I mean, man, that's pretty sick, isn't it? So. Yeah, I mean, look, we could keep going. I mean, there's been loads, but yeah, I like that idea. I really like that idea. I mean, Becky and Seth against Montez and Bianca would be a lot of fun. Where are we? We've got 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Dort Knight said, I can't remember Sensational Sherry wrestling. Yeah, well, she was women's champion in WWF for a short time. But she never held that championship, I think, during any pay-per-view. There was a lot of stuff that kind of played out back in the day because there wasn't pay-per-views all the time, was there? You know, you had the big... Well, I mean, you had WrestleMania, you had the Wrestling Classic, then the Rumble and SummerSlam and Survivor Series came along, and then for a while we ran with the Big Four. But what it meant was that you've got these big gaps in between pay-per-views that, you know, storylines just played out on TV. So she was like women's champion, and she wrestled, I think I'm right in saying, in the AWA as well. I think she wrestled everywhere. I'm sure she went over to Japan and wrestled over in Japan. So she was brilliant. She really was. She was someone that was a real wrestler. She was, I don't want to say ahead of her time, but she was ahead of where the business was, or where WWE was. WWE was not treating women's wrestling with... They were an attraction. You know, you bring them in, you do a little something, you know, that's it. And, you know, it was that way for quite a while. And in all fairness, throughout the 90s, it was that way as well. I mean, Alondra Blaze, very much in that same camp. Alondra was someone that, you know, just got the occasional match, wasn't on every show. She just, you know, she was an attraction. You know, let's throw a women's match out there, something a little bit different. Sucks. I mean, like, where we are now is unrecognizable from where we've been. And you know, it's right that the women want to keep moving forward and keep getting more opportunities. Like, not saying that this is where we should stop now or anything like that. But it is worth just looking back at where we've been in the not that distant past. Do you know what I mean? Bra and panty matches and all that rubbish. So, yeah, she was great. If you get a chance to check out some of her matches, do it. I love Sherry, says Cliff Beavers. Do you think Mandy Rose will ever come back to Raw or SmackDown? Yes, I do think she'll come back. She's got a decent little character. I mean, look, she's a good-looking girl. That's going to get you a long way in WWE. We've said before that if you're a female, your looks, unfortunately, are important. They're not everything, but they are a massive, massive help. You know, for guys, Vince wants you to have great physique, be bigger than the average guy. It's the airport effect, isn't it? The airport effect for a guy is, if you walk through an airport, will you turn heads? The airport effect for a girl who can't build that sort of muscle. I mean, some can, but, I mean, in order to get that kind of physique, you've got to be basically a female bodybuilder. And, you know, you've got your Jade Cargills out there and your Camille's out there, but most female wrestlers don't go to those extremes. So in order for girls to turn heads, you know, they've got to really rely on their looks, which really kind of sucks, to be honest. Mandy Rose, she's a good-looking girl. So, as I said, you know, there'll always be opportunity for her. Less like her wrestling and her personality is below par, but I think, you know, that's what she's gone back to NXT to kind of work on. I don't think they had anything for her on the main roster. So she's took this opportunity and seemingly making it work. What if we're in a situation where Ronda doesn't have interest in winning the title back and voluntarily wants to put Liv over by pinfall again because she seems like she has a soft spot for Liv? Well, I mean, that's not a position we're put in. So, you know, if that's something that she wants to do and Vince okays it, well, then that's what will happen. So, you know, for me personally, that's not what I want to see. It makes no difference whatsoever to me or my opinion as to what Ronda wants. This isn't about what Ronda wants. This is about what is believable, realistic, logical, something that you can really buy into. And the problem that with Ronda is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I see her as what they say. I see her as one of the baddest women on the planet. She is, you know, an Olympic medal winner when it comes to judo. She's her mom was an Olympian in judo. She has been training with like Jean LaBelle, who's just one of the best kind of martial artists ever. She calls Jean LaBelle, judo Jean LaBelle, she calls him her uncle. She's grown up with him. Like, she has for her whole life been involved in fighting, combat sports. She is just so highly trained. You know, the amount of hours that she spent training, and it's just like realistically, none of these women get close to her skill set. And I know that in pro wrestling you have to kind of put that to one side, but also in pro wrestling, you know, they do like to build people up, and they do bill Ronda as the baddest woman on the planet. And you know, when you see her at the Olympics and you see her in Strikeforce and you see her winning multiple matches in like a minute, 2 minutes in UFC, and she's just killing it, and then she goes into the Hall of Fame. I mean, she might not be a very good pro wrestler, but you cannot take anything away from what that woman has achieved in her life and how important she is to women's sports. Like, you can't talk about women's sports and women in sport without mentioning Ronda Rousey. I think you would be doing the history of female sports a disservice if you didn't mention Ronda Rousey. She really is a trailblazer. She really is that important. She really is that good. And to be honest, I don't think that WWE do a very good job of kind of getting that message across. I mean, calling her the baddest woman on the planet, talking about the fact she was in UFC and a UFC champion, I really feel like you can go further than that and talk a lot more about what it is that she's actually achieved. And, you know, she's brilliant. She's someone that I think would effortlessly win the championships if this was not scripted. And someone that I think would be a real challenge for others to beat. I actually don't know who would do it. I don't know who on the main roster would do it. So Ronda, you know, picking and choosing who she wants to like lose to, it makes no difference to me whatsoever. The problem is she's so good that you really need to build someone up that's very, very credible, that's got a great look, that could realistically beat her. And I don't know who that person is. I feel like Asuka has got like a martial arts background. She has done like some MMA training, but not of the level of Ronda. I think Ronda beats Asuka in a real fight. She definitely beats like Charlotte, Becky, Liv, Alexa. I mean, it's hard. This is the problem when you bring in like MMA fighters like Ronda. I mean, like, how do you find realistic challenges for them? It is difficult. It is difficult. Maybe Bianca. No. Bianca's a great conditioning. You know, she's got a lot that goes for her. But her fighting, her striking, her takedowns, her groundwork, her submission game, like all of that stuff is, you know, something which, to my knowledge, she hasn't trained in. You know, she's a former athlete. She can run quick. She's very strong. But, you know, being fast and being strong will only get you so far. So it's an interesting conversation. Like, the problem that is Ronda Rousey. And there's a few reasons why she's a problem, because, as we said, I don't think she is the best pro wrestler in the world. So, you know, you do need other people to hold the belt. But it's just, how do you do it in a realistic fashion? But anyway, Liv's got it now, so we don't need to worry about it. Liv's got it. And we'll see how they book this title reign. Right, we are just getting a video package right now of Money in the Bank and what happened at Money in the Bank. We're seeing Liv victorious. We're seeing... do you know what? I've only just noticed that it says Nyla Rose, Toni Storm. I have literally no idea why it says that. I think it's because that's left over from Friday, which was the last thing that we did. Right, yes, happy Independence Day. Nice little video package to open the show. Who's your final 4 predictions for the Women's Royal Rumble? Bit early, but I think... Got to think that Becky's going to be in the mix. Got to think that Bayley will be in the mix. Kevin Patrick's coming on to commentary. Kevin Patrick coming on to commentary. I'll say Rhea, Becky, Bayley, and Alexa. No holds barred match between Asuka and Becky. That's a horrible picture of Becky. Horrible picture. Judgment Day are going to be in action as well, taking on the Mysterios tonight. You only live once. So we're going to hear from Liv Morgan. I like this graphic. That looks good. Liv holding the belt up with like fireworks going off in the background. And Bobby Lashley. Street Profits. Theory. Alpha Academy. Oh, wow. So it's a big 6-man tag. So Street Profits and Bobby Lashley takes on Theory and the Alpha Academy. That's tonight on Raw. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Bobby opens the show. Bobby Lashley opens the show. I wish Jim Ross still announced for WWE, says Cliff Beavers. Did you see Pac is defending his All-Atlantic Championship for the first time at Rev Pro against Umino? I remember you talking about a possible relationship with AEW and Rev Pro the other week. That'd be really good. I can't remember how we got onto that subject, but they haven't got a presence or had a presence in the UK yet. They haven't done any shows over here. And we know that Rev Pro already work with New Japan, so... if AEW have now formed a relationship with New Japan, then it opens the door for Rev Pro, and it's a great way of just sending some people over. You know, it's a great boost for Rev Pro. It's a great way of getting AEW advertised here in the UK. You know, come and meet AEW Superstar, or come and see AEW Superstar Sammy Guevara in Rev Pro. Like, it kind of helps everyone, really, until they can get over to do a tour. So, yeah, good. Good. It's good for Rev Pro, good for AEW. Bobby says, welcome to Monday Night Raw. Bobby opens the show. Bobby. Big Bobby. Wow, he's over, man. He's over. USA chance. Where is Alice the Black, Buddy Murphy, Bryan Danielson, Dean Ambrose, Rusev? All over at AEW. See what Bobby's going to say then. Where we going, Bob? Where we going, mate? It's not the title that makes the man. It's the man that makes the title. So it's not the title that makes the man. It's the man that makes the title. What, Becky? Becky makes this title. There's not another man in any division. So, Bobby said there's not another man that can beat him for this United States Championship. Here's Theory. Here comes Mr. Money in the Bank. Here's Theory. He's looking at the briefcase. He's got a big smile on his face. Why do you get to kick off Monday Night Raw? The dude in the crowd that's got his own Money in the Bank briefcase. Edge versus Judgment Day. We are, I think, building that way. The world is talking about the youngest Mr. Money in the Bank. Look at his promos, man. Look at the confidence that he talks with. It was hard work for me. You suck, Chance. You suck. Look at the smile on Theory's face. Bobby said they're talking to you. I saw that Roman is planning to hold the titles till WrestleMania with some big. Theory won Money in the Bank, so they need someone to attempt and fail. A cash-in, says Justin. Amin said, do you think Liv will be drafted to SmackDown? Yeah, she's got to. She's got to go over there, yeah. Just like Michael Jordan. Just like Tom Brady. Both of them combined. So we got Theory addressing Bobby Lashley at the moment. Crowd booing. He's great when he's got something to brag about, isn't he? Has anyone been talking about his win? Who? Theories? Oh, people have been talking about it. He's not lying. People have been talking about it. Just not all positive. Do you think Mustafa Ali will be a champion for WWE? I think he's already been a champion, hasn't he? Did he hold the Cruiserweight belt? I feel like he must have held a belt by now. I think he could end up getting something, yes. I don't know that he'll get I don't think he'll get a world title. But could he get a little run with the United States or Intercontinental? Sure. No time soon, though. Theory said he's always making it happen. But I'm going straight to the top. I was informed today that at SummerSlam, I get a rematch and I'm going to take back my United States Championship. So, boo all you want. That's just the start. So he's talking about how he's going to cash in at SummerSlam. Imagine Ronda if she became a member of Raw. Shola said, why did he say Tom Brady? Are we in Boston? No, he was saying that he was heading to the top like Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. Some good passion in here from Theory. You forgot the if part of your plan if you make it to SummerSlam? These people deserve some fireworks. Theory throws the case at Bobby. Bobby goes down. He's hitting Bobby with the briefcase. Smashing away at Bobby. Oh, the briefcase fell open. The briefcase fell open. He was hitting Bobby that hard. I don't think there is any contract in there. Otherwise, it would have fallen out. Briefcase botch. Briefcase botch. He gets slammed down. He grabs his briefcase. Stumbles away. Right, so I'm going to try and actually Bobby and Theory open the show. Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Opens the show. Yeah, I'm gonna try something new whereby I actually put what happens at the bottom now. I do get people asking me, oh, I've just jumped in, what have I missed? So, gonna try that. Gonna try it. Good promo from Theory, says Ron. I remember Edge had a brick or something in that briefcase, says Butterscotch. Would have laughed if Lashley caught the briefcase and walked off with it, says James. It could be an unsuccessful cash-in if WWE listens, or if he cashes in to make him a bigger heel, as some champions are heels like Roman Reigns. Wrestle with Andy, hello, hello. Can you believe Lashley is older than Bob Backlund when he won the title in '94? That's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. He looked old, didn't he? Backlund looked old. Okay, so we got the Mysterios. Okay, so Mysterios are heading out. Mysterios are home in San Diego. Rey Mysterio. Boyaka, boyaka. It's the Mysterios. Get ready for the piggyback ride. Right, tag match coming up. 3 hours killed WCW, and WWE right now is hell bent on doing that stuff for 3 boring hours of Monday Night Raw, says Marlo. This guy said, I miss the Sandman. Ron said, people also just looked older in the 80s and the 90s. Well, that's probably true, actually. Mr. Backlund was better than anyone in the company today, says Tim. Backlund was WWF champion back in 81. He was. He had 2 reigns. FS Club fan said, I guess that WWE fired that Jim guy on Raw. What Jim guy? Jim Ross. Did you notice that Lacey was booed during the ladder match? I did. I just don't think she's a popular pick. I don't think she's a popular choice. I think that fans knew that they wanted someone else. I mean, in all fairness, Lacey has been away. Then she came back and she was telling those kind of sob-story promo things, which, you know, were very real. Well, I believe them to be real. And they were very, like, heartfelt, but they were too much. They were too much. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was like, we were saying at the time, like, she was just standing there and she was like, right, here we go. And then she would be like, boom, just straight into, like, all this stuff, this heavy, heavy stuff. So I just think, like, the fans were sympathetic towards her at that time, but it just kept going on. She hasn't done anything. I don't think that fans really feel that connection with her, and there was others that they wanted. It was simple as that. Though I don't know that it's necessarily a reflection of how they feel towards her. I think it's more to do with the fact they wanted Alexa, Liv, Becky. She just wasn't the person that they wanted to see win it. So when it looked like she was going to at certain points, she did get boos. MKMCD said, I think after how much the crowd loved Shotzi at Money in the Bank and how much WWE want to showcase Raquel, it'll lead to Raquel or Shotzi winning the Rumble. Well, you say the crowd loved Shotzi, but I don't know if you read that article earlier that Shotzi was in tears because of the hate that she got and the negativity that she got after what happened at Money in the Bank. There was a slip, wasn't there, where she fell into the ladder with Alexa, I think. And she said, like, that it wasn't the smoothest match in her career, but, you know, she has 3 things that she always thinks about after a match. Was it fun? Did people have fun? Did the crowd have a good time? Was everyone safe? And I can't remember the third one, but it was something along those lines. Like, you know, did the crowd react? Was it fun? Was everyone safe? Something along those lines. And she said that it ticked all 3 boxes. So yeah, it wasn't perfect at times, but it ticked all 3 boxes. But apparently she got some quite a bit of negativity online from it, and she was proper upset over it. So she put a whole tweet out about it. So I don't know. I mean, like, WWE, I don't think are going to care too much about that. You know, botches, mistakes happen, but you just can't let it get to you, can you? You know. She said as soon as it happened, her first thought was, I can't wait to see this on Botchamania. That was her first thought when she stumbled and fell into the ladder. Who wins in a match of Battle of the Logans? Logan Paul or Sarah Logan? I would lean towards Sarah Logan. Are you ready to see Bray and Edge return? I am ready. I am ready to see Bray and Edge return. Finn Balor is wrestling in long leather pants. Or, well, I say leather. They could be leather. They could be PVC. Not seen Balor wrestling that ever before. I've never seen Balor wrestling that. New Finn attire. Long black leather, like PVC kind of attire for Finn. Wasn't expecting that. Good for Shotzi. I love Botchamania, says Heather. I would love to see Sarah beat up Logan Paul, says MKMCD. Do you think Logan Paul will beat The Miz? Eventually, yes. Whether that happens at SummerSlam, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing it likely will. But, yeah, you know, that might be a feud that they try to get a few matches out of. AJ Styles taking on The Miz tonight. That's just been announced. AJ Styles against The Miz. Brian said, I miss Sarah Logan. She misses you as well, bud. She misses you as well. I like to see the fans who hate wrestlers take a bump, says James. Irish Rebel said, I am down in the dumps. Sorry to hear that, dude. I'm sorry to hear that your sister's not having a great time at the moment. Hopefully she makes a speedy recovery. Jilly said, she'll learn not to pay attention to social media. It's an ugly place. My 10-year-old is begging me to give her a cell phone, and I refuse. I want to protect her from that kind of negativity. Yeah. That's crazy, man. 10 years old. 10 years old. I mean, people get cell phones now. I mean, I don't even know how old I was. I think I was about 16, 17 when I got my first cell. But you got to remember, they hadn't been around very long. You could play Snake on it, and that was about it. Dominic thrown into a barricade as we go to the commercial break. You could call people as well and send texts. I missed days for Money in the Bank, but the little reactions he recorded was awesome, says Ron. Ron, shout out to you. Did they get played, did they? That's good. As I said, I didn't get a chance to watch that whole watch-along, but I did have a little look through. I did record a few special reactions, yes, for the Money in the Bank stream. So, yeah, that was fun. I was 20 when I got my first cell phone, says Austin. Yeah, 10's too early, man. I think 10's too early. There's a lot of negativity. I mean, you can get, like, adult kind of protections on and everything. But you're absolutely right. I mean, who would want their 10-year-old going onto Twitter? I mean, I don't think I'm old enough for Twitter, to be honest. My son was 11, but it was only for emergencies, says Heather. Harry said, I was 12 when I got my first phone. Herb said, was yours a Nokia 3310? It was a Nokia. It probably was. I ended up buying it off a friend who was selling it for like dirt cheap. I think he sold it for £20, his phone. I don't know why, but he sold it for £20. It had £10 credit on it. So I ended up buying this phone off him, and that was my first phone. And it was pay as you go. I have no idea why he sold it. Maybe he was like upgrading or getting a new one or something. I really don't know. But he sold it for like 20 quid and it had £10 credit. Honestly, there was nothing more exciting than getting a text message. If you got a text message from someone, it was like so exciting. So exciting. And it's just not that way now. It's not that way. I mean, like, now the world is so just communicating all the time. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like, you get, like, notifications on Twitter and DMs and, you know, there's just all stuff happening all the time. So it doesn't really feel that way anymore. But back in like, the late 90s, when, you know, there was no social media, you had a few, like, forums and things like that. Emails, of course, but, yeah, getting a text was, like, a big deal. Certainly if you was like my age where, you know, no one's going to be texting me. So at my age. So it's not like people are texting me about work and stuff like this. So yeah, if someone was to text me, it'd be like, oh, what's this? So yeah, it was proper exciting. So I can understand why like 10-year-olds want phones. I totally can see why, but I remember how exciting it was when the pager went off, says Brent. Yeah, pagers. I never had a pager. My dad had one. He wasn't excited when his went off, though. It was always work. Damian Priest with Rey Mysterio. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Damian Priest. Crowd are into this. Ray looks great here. His ring gear looks really good. I don't know if this is like local colors. I mean, I feel like it is. But he looks great. He's in like kind of a brown, burgundy, yellow and white. Seated senton by Ray. And Balor making the save. Super kick there by Dominic. Dominic actually in matching colours. Damian Priest kicks out at Dominic. Dominic goes down. Dominic hurls his dad at Damian Priest. Hurricanrana. 1, 2. Oh. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Damian Priest. Where my cousin lives in Highland Park, the parade was cut short because of a shooting. I did see some news coming through, but I didn't get a chance to like look into it. But yeah, just before I went live, I like to check the BBC website like throughout the day. That's where I get my news from. And I saw the top story was some shooting, was breaking news coming through. So I don't know. I don't know what's happened there, but I hope everyone's all right. I've got a horrible feeling they're probably not. If it's made main news on the BBC website, then suggest it was pretty serious. Balor is perched and tries to come stomping down. Basement dropkick by Rey Mysterio on Finn. Now both are in position for double 619. And they do double 619 them. Rey Mysterio going up top. Shimmy of the shoulders. Knees up by Balor. 2. Ah. He's got like a purple, I don't know what it is, like a purple bandana or something in his back pocket, Finn Balor. Damian Priest chucks a chair into the ring. Dominic trying to hold on to the chair, but Balor's going to use it. Ray goes down. Classic. Classic. And the referee rings the bell. The Mysterios win by DQ. Take a leaf out of Eddie Guerrero's book. There we go. Finn Balor was about to cheat. And Rey Mysterio was like, nah, not on my watch. Not on my watch. If anyone's cheating round here, it's me. Boom. Love it. Classic Eddie Guerrero. Okay, we're just going back to the commentary team. Talking about Logan Paul. Just seeing Logan Paul at the Performance Center. I wonder where this is now, this Performance Center. I mean, like, this Performance Center is not going to be the Performance Center we know, because I'm sure that's just set up as NXT, unless, like, they're able to kind of fold it all back. But I can't imagine they do that. I've got to think it's probably set up as NXT, like, all the time. I heard that they'd hired a new warehouse where they had set up like all the rings and everything. So I think they've got another unit now which they use as the kind of new performance center. So again, just seeing Logan. I did not sign this contract to team up with The Miz. I signed this contract so that I could beat The Miz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my guest,
The Miz. Here's The Miz. Booze. Booze for The Miz. Proud. She asks him, what's your reaction? He says, proud. At least Logan is putting in work and training. Makes me not hate him quite as much, says Justin. Austin said, I don't really care Logan has signed. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. Coach Co, hello, said, all of an adult human's blood vessels, if laid out end to end, would be about 100,000 miles. They could go around the world 4 times. I was on the real world. I was famous before I got here. This world will humble you. I'm a nice guy. Logan. Retract your statement. If you don't. If you don't, I will be relentless. You will be humble. Logan will be booed at SummerSlam, said Zoom Station. End of Days said, here's a joke. Tommy Fury is a boxer. That is a joke. It looks like that's not going to happen, doesn't it? Talking about the balls again. Says that he's going to... he's going to show us all that he's got super giant, massive balls. Right, half an hour into the show. AJ Styles making his way out. They don't want none. AJ Styles and The Miz. AJ Styles should never lose to The Miz in this planet, in the metaverse, or anywhere, says Top Tier. Coach Co said the origin of the word sinister reflects a historical bias against left-handed people. It comes from the Latin word for left, which was also seen as unlucky. Mo Jones, shout out to you. Mo Jones said, humble is The Miz gonna break Logan's back with a camel clutch. Yeah, he's gonna take to Twitter as well. He's gonna go on Twitter and start laying into Hulk Hogan. I make you humble. Mo Jones, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I thought this was PG, says Serge.
Mo Jones is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat.
Make
Humble
Days
is the
scream. Make Days scream.
Clutch.
Did she say it? Mo Jones is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. I want to get a few of them sorted. I can't remember what I've got lined up. I've got, if you donate £5, more than $5, it makes me scream. And then I did try to set up $3 for Brock Party, but that one's not working as well. That's not working as well. So I can't guarantee that one. I know the $5 one should make me scream, but I can't guarantee the $3 one. It seemed to be playing up a little bit. But I am looking to get a few set up. She's back. She's back. She's back, baby. She's back. Cheetah said, I'm making pasta right now, and all I hear is Miz screaming. Well, that's not good, is it? Is he in your house or something? Why? Are you Maurice? Is that what it is? Are you Maurice? Is that your burner account? Nice. Cheetah, shout out to you, my friend. Jadam said, respect the wrestling days. He is no jabroni. Mo Jones said, thank you, robot lady. AJ Styles should never lose to The Miz, says James. John said, what would a Brock party be? You wearing a cowboy hat? No, it's Brock. What I was thinking was doing like different levels for like the super chats. And I was thinking like maybe $10. I'll film me taking my beanie off. Because I get asked for that quite a bit. So I'm thinking of things that would be good to put at like the different levels of super chat. So if you do have any ideas, feel free to pop them in the comments after this, or hit me up on Twitter or something. But I am looking at making the streams a bit more engaging again, a bit more fun again. Well, not that they haven't been fun, but I'm looking to the future, guys. I'm looking to the future. If you're not moving forward, then you're standing still. And so I've decided to go back to where we were not long ago by bringing back the robot voice woman. So I can't say I've moved forward. If anything, I've gone backwards. Jaden said, how are you? How was your day? My day was all right, thank you. It's been a bit of a weird day. I went out, needed to go and buy some figures for the giveaways that happened on the Money in the Bank stream. So I've done that, got that sorted, which is a good job to get done. Then I was, tweaking this layout, getting the woman back, getting the thing at the bottom, so when people donate, their names are on screen. I think all of this stuff is like really good, really useful. So yeah, it's been good. Hope your day's been good as well, buds. Right, what have we got now? Logan Paul's WWE sign-in is the most liked photo in the history of WWE Instagram. That's mental. That's mental. Hello, we've got, earlier today, we've got, I'm guessing this is the cookout thing, is it? It's the Street Profits 4th of July cookout.
They donated £4
oh, I'm off again. Look at this.
Via a super chart. I remember in like 2017 or 2018 you took your beanie off and you had really long hair. Also, will you scream?
Hang on. I remember in 2017, 2018 you took your beanie off and you had really long hair. Oh my god, I didn't even know that was there. There's things happening now that I didn't even know were on there. Cheetah, shout out to you. You did make me scream. You did make me scream. You made me scream at 4 £1.49, which I suppose translates to being over $5, which is why that worked. I've set it at $5. So, yeah, you did make me scream. Aiden, shout out to you, dudes. Aiden said, how are you doing? Not been here for a while. Hope you're well, mate. Welcome back. We've got Alpha Academy at this cookout talking to the Street Profits. Okay, so Gable wants silence. Thank you. Okay, so he slaps him in the face with a wiener. How dare you disrespect an American hero? We got Riddle in the background, just chilling with Shelton Benjamin. I don't know who he's talking to. Dawkins said he is the 3-time hot dog eating champion. I think we're going to get a hot dog contest here, aren't we?
Cheetah is a legend.
Oh, I'm off again. Look, jeez, I'm off again.
And 49 pence via a super chat.
Cheetah, you are making me scream quite a bit tonight, bud.
With Theory, and if he will cash in at SummerSlam, because the winner will be weak and hurt.
Oh, I just caught the end of it. What do you think WWE will do with Theory, and will he cash in at SummerSlam? Because the winner will be weak and hurt. I think that Theory absolutely can cash in. Or Judgment Day attacking at SummerSlam, but I don't know that he will succeed. I just think it's quite obvious. So I could see him coming down, trying to cash in, but he'll be denied. I think he'll get denied, and I don't think the cash in will even happen. I think he'll keep the briefcase after it. That's my guess. I mean, it's nothing more than a guess. But I think they're going to tease that he's going to do it. I think he does it, and I don't think it works. Right, so Judgment Day attacking backstage. So I think we're going to commercial break. Judgment Day. That cook-off was a bit flat. If it sets up an eating contest, that might be all right. Could get a bit of fun with that, but wasn't the best thing that I've seen. It was a bit flat. Poor AJ Styles. How long has he been in the ring for? Days, what was the original Scream reaction from? I couldn't remember, to be honest. But I was told that it was from an NWA stream when Marty Scurll turned up, which obviously now, in retrospect, I wouldn't react that way now. But the thing was that NWA Power, when it started up, felt like a real community. Like, it really felt like a little community. Like, we had Thunder Rosa jumping on streams. We had Nick Aldis coming onto the occasional stream. We had, like, other wrestlers that were coming on. There was loads of people that were sat in the crowd for NWA Power that would come on. And it just felt like a real... Everyone knew everyone, and there was a real good vibe. And I'm sure that could still exist even now. But... obviously, we don't cover NWA anymore, unfortunately. But, you know, going back to, like, the pandemic, just before the pandemic, it was great. It really was great. And so, to see, like, someone like Marty Scurll, who was such a big star, and he was over in Japan, and he was part of Bullet Club, it just felt like this big name. And you know, there was big names in NWA anyway, but it just felt like this big star arrived, and it really felt like, oh my God, this is huge. This is huge. And, yeah, it was a great moment. It was a great moment. So, yeah, I believe it was from that. Right, we are underway with AJ and The Miz. We're 45 minutes in. This guy said, sorry, Vince, Theory is no Roman or Brock or Seth, but maybe he can cash in on the 24/7 title. JC5K said they showed The Miz intro, not AJ. Shows who is winning this match, says JC5K. They did show the AJ intro. It was just so long ago that we went to other stuff. So, yeah, we did get an AJ intro. AJ goes over the top and we go to commercial break. Didn't know that NWA Power history with your watch-alongs. Yeah, the Power shows were so much fun. Obviously, the audience was quite small for those, but I've said loads of times, I mean, if you look back now, when we were watching Power, it really felt like the best thing that was on TV. Like, that hour that those shows were on was so entertaining. And you look now and you go, well, Max Dupree, LA Knight, he was on it. Eddie Kingston, he was a part of it. Thunder Rosa, she was a part of it. Ricky Starks, he was a part of it. Nick Aldis, he was a part of it. Like, Camille is amazing. Aaron Stevens, Damian Sandow, he was a part of it. Like, you can go down a list of people that were, like, you know, performing on that show. Rock and Roll Express. Like, it was amazing. It was an amazing lineup. Jim Cornette even did commentary at, like, the start. I think for, like, season 1. Like, the first few episodes, and then obviously there was controversy and he ended up going. But, yeah, it really was great. It was a lot of fun. And it was a shame that, like, the pandemic came and it just got, like, derailed, unfortunately. And then it ended up, like, coming back, but it was behind a paywall and... Yeah. I remember the NWA wrestling days.
Cheetah is a legend.
Cheetah, shout out to you, dude.
99 pence
you don't need to keep firing in super chats, bud.
Sorry if I'm being
where
annoying,
is it?
What
Oh, there
do
it
you
is.
think
Hang on,
will
I'm gonna
happen
listen.
for the main men's storyline like SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, and Mania, and if Theory will win a championship?
No, dude, you're not being annoying at all. I tell you what, though, just listening to the scream, I'm so pleased I turned that down. First time I played it, I didn't turn it down, and it was so loud. I put my headphones on like this, and I was like, let's test it. And it was basically me screaming at myself, and I was like, oh my God. It was so loud. I had to go in and edit the video and take, like, the sound down by about 50 decibels. It was so, like, oh my God. So, yeah, that was quite painful. So, you can hear the scream. Maybe it's a bit too quiet. No, I don't know. I don't think there's anyone out there asking for that scream to be louder. But, yeah, no, you're not being annoying at all. What do I think will happen in the main men's storyline for SummerSlam, Rumble, Mania? Will Theory win a championship? So, SummerSlam, I think we know it's going to be Roman against... I think it'll be Roman against Brock. Last man standing. I think Theory cashes in, and I don't think he succeeds. I don't know that it's a failed cash-in, but I think the attempt to cash in gets foiled, so he'll still keep the briefcase after. Then beyond that, it's really hard to say. We know that we're going to get Roman and Drew clash at the castle, so I'm thinking he'll still be champion then. And then, like, we go into Clash of the Castle. Survivor Series, a lot of people joking that it's going to be Roman versus Roman. But, of course, Roman could defend the title. He could defend the title. And that would make a lot of sense for him to just have it as, like, a normal title defense. I don't know who that would be against. But he could defend it. Or he could end up being in a Survivor Series match with the Usos. That would be fun. The Bloodline could have a match at Survivor Series. You know, you could do, actually, Roman, Usos, and Sami Zayn as the honorary Us. and maybe even add Solo Sikoa by that point, and have them take on a team. I'm sure we can find a team. So you could have Roman either defend the titles, or you could do something like that. And then we were talking earlier about WrestleMania. I mean, I think WrestleMania's tricky. It's hard to know which way they're going to go at WrestleMania. I think probably they're going to want him against Rock, and I think they're not going to want him wrestling the night before. So, yeah, he will lose the WWE title, I think, before WrestleMania. I think there's a chance that he still keeps the Universal one. And I think there's a chance that Theory, as I said, keeps that Money in the Bank briefcase for a while. The longer Theory has that briefcase, like, the more relevant he's going to become, because that briefcase makes him a threat. Oh, Styles beats Miz. Really quick little match, actually. That was not long at all. Phenomenal forearm. Wow, there we go. I really expected that match to keep going, but it didn't. AJ beats Miz. Ciampa attacks. So yeah, I reckon Roman could be Universal Champ going into WrestleMania. I think I can, like many of you, I can see Seth getting that WWE title at some point, and then we do Seth versus Cody. Cody winning the Royal Rumble. Probably won't be like the card. Wasn't like Money in the Bank. It wasn't advertised. It was a stadium show. He's a part-timer, says Michael. Want to see The Rock come out and proclaim that he is the head of the table, said this guy. Boom. Skull crushing finale. Do you reckon we'll build it? Is SummerSlam going to be Miz and Ciampa against AJ and Logan? Perhaps they think that SummerSlam in a month's time is too soon for Logan to have a solo match. And there's clearly a relationship with Miz and Tommaso. So, Miz and Tommaso, handshake between the two. AJ Styles. Layout, Miz nodding, likes what he sees from Tommaso Ciampa. Up next, Liv Morgan. Paul and AJ versus Miz and Ciampa. I think so. Roman will eventually lose one of the championships, and that's when Theory cashes in. Remember how people say Cena was shoved down the throats? It's going to be Theory. It's obvious. Top Tier said they are really trying to get Logan over if they pair him with AJ. Knight Rider said Ciampa should revive the Job Squad. Want him to be the next Cena, but it probably won't happen, says Michael. Who? Tommaso? Who are we talking about, Michael? Paulie said it's a good shout. I kind of dig the Ciampa-Miz relationship. How to make Solo Sikoa a face. Have them jokey sits at the head of the kiddies table. Tim said, where's my favourite wrestler? T-Balls. 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 Maybe Theory cashes in on Liv. Oh my god. OMG. Are there any superstars in the house? In this house? Don't think so. I think they're a bit busy. Maybe the SmackDown ones aren't busy. Shout out to all the SmackDown superstars that are joining us right now. I should imagine all of them, actually. I should imagine all of them, Maria. Are there... We read that one. Liv is the new Becky. She's going to get a big push, says this guy. James said Ciampa can definitely be WWE champion if done right. He's got that level of talent. Blue Meanie could join the Bloodline. Goldberg against Brock at Raw is not funny, says Phoenix. I'm not desperate to see Goldberg in a WWE ring anytime soon. Let's put it that way. Will Gunther be at Raw? I don't think so. Intercontinental champion, so I'm guessing SmackDown. Do you remember Marseille and Mansoor? I do, yes. An amazing moment. An incredible moment.
Cheetah is a legend.
Oh, look, Cheetah, you just
donated
love making me scream, don't you, bud? Look at this. I'm off again. I'm off again.
If there is any way to try get into RU also? Thanks for answering my questions.
Cheetah said, is there any way to try and get into AEW? Also, thanks for answering my questions. Is there any way to try and get into AEW? What do you mean by that, dude? Don't super chat. But what do you mean by that? Get into AEW? Do you mean into watching it or into the company? Because if you're talking about into watching it, then it depends where you are, in what country. I'm going to presume America. And if it is America, then it's on TBS. Which, I don't know, do you need to be subscribed to TBS?
He donated $5 via a super chat.
I don't know how it works.
Unless Camper is gonna be something
if you're in
like
the UK, then you need to subscribe
I don't know why
to
they're together.
Fights.
Seems weird to me, emo.
Which is a website, and they show it live, but it's like $4.49. In fact, it's gone up $6.99 now. But you can watch it. You can watch it. So, watching in Scotland. Okay, Cheetah, you need Fight TV. FITE. If you Google FITE, that's where you need to go. And then you just subscribe there. It's like $6.99 a month, but that means you get Dynamite and Rampage live. So Dynamite on a Wednesday night, Rampage after SmackDown. You would get both of those live. Other than that, it's not on TV anywhere in the UK. So I hope that helps, dudes. Jilly said, no, TBS, TNT just come with basic cable. That's interesting. Mo Jones, shout out to you, said unless Ciampa is going to be something like Miz's security guards, then I don't know why they're together. It seems a little bit weird to me. Well, I think they could be together for Logan. I think that, Logan is maybe a little bit green. I mean, I don't think that's unfair to say. So maybe a bit too green for a solo match. So they need to do a tag match. And obviously, if Morrison was still around, that would be super easy to sort. But instead, they're going to look to do Ciampa and Miz as a tag team against Logan and probably AJ by the looks of it. Here's the cash-in moment. Two hours and 12 minutes earlier. I like this video package. It's done well. I mean, it's a bit strange if you... clearly everyone's going to know by now. And also, they've said Liv Morgan coming up next and spoken about the fact she won it. So the fact the video package is like showing the cash in but not showing who cashes it in. It's a bit strange. But it's done well. We're seeing the women's ladder match. I think Ciampa and Miz is weird, only because we know what Ciampa was in NXT, but at least he might be on the SummerSlam cards. It is weird, but you sort of have to forget what people did in developmental. It's such a shame that it doesn't carry over. I mean, Tommaso Ciampa is this brutal, unhinged, anything goes brawler. Just doesn't really work with The Miz, does it? I mean, I completely agree. I think you could explain it, though, by Tommaso saying that, you know, he wants to align himself with someone that's got experience of how to navigate the dangerous waters that are, like, the main roster. I think you can easily explain it, and then you'd go, ah, okay. Because Miz is a veteran. He's been there, he's done it, and he's been to the top a couple of times as well. Not only did he get to be champion, but he has been back at the top again. We're just seeing this moment. Liv Morgan celebrates as SmackDown Women's Champion. Here we go. Cheers for Liv. Liv comes out, holds up the SmackDown Women's Championship. Is she in she looks like she's in wrestling gear. You only live once sign in the crowd. Wow, that dude's got a massive Liv sign. Liv, champion. Why is she on Raw? Well, I'm guessing she's come to say goodbye. Let's see how she does on the mic. Is she crying? Never would have guessed that. So, just seeing an image of Liv and Bianca. Both with their belts. Adrian said, we love you, Liv. Congrats on the title win. Darcy said, now that Liv has won a major title, I better not see her facts saying anything about video games. Oh, I'm the opposite. I want to see her facts only talk about completely pointless things. She says, thank you, but we deserve it. She said she's in a tag with Bianca and R-Truth versus Gunther. Dream match. Liv says, all of my dreams finally came true. At Money in the Bank. R-Truth should have got a bigger push, says this guy. Liv hasn't got side plates on yet, says Harley. Oh, good spot. They are just... Do you know what got her through? All of you guys. All of you got her through that match. All of you. Cheetah said, will I send you the card on Twitter? What card? What card, dude? What are we talking about? When I gave you nothing to believe in, you still believed. What cards, Cheetah? What are we talking about? Liv laughs and jumps around. You gave me the confidence to win Money in the Bank. The Raw cards. I have no idea what we're talking about. We're watching Raw right now. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. We're watching Raw at the moment. It's on, it's happening, it's a happening. This isn't just for me. This is for all of us, says Liv. Natalia. Natalia making her way out. Liv says, if you want a shot at my title, you know where to find me. Here's Carmella. Carmella's making her way out. We're back. We're back. Okay, so we've got Liv in the ring. We've got Natalia in the ring. We've got Carmella coming down. Okay, Carmella. Okay. So Carmella says, like, why don't you just go to SmackDown, leave the spotlight on me. Liv says, all eyes were on you when you lost to Bianca at Money in the Bank. If you want me out the ring, then make me get out. Okay. Liv is throwing some shots that look a bit weak. She's trying to beat up on both women. Both women are kicking away. Liv is being beaten down. And here's Bianca. Bianca coming to make the save. Bianca's running down. So Bianca over the top. Bianca's in wrestling gear. So looks like we might be getting both the champions taking on Carmella and Natalia. We could be heading that way. Cheetah said Gunther is facing R-Truth for the IC title. When's that? On Friday? Isn't R-Truth on the Raw roster? So, yeah, it looks like we are going to get that match. Liv and Bianca versus... Natalia and Carmella. Sami Zayn is under the table. What if Liv beating Ronda boosts her career like when Drew beat Brock? If so, would you be okay with Liv going over Ronda? I feel like Drew was in the same situation as Liv when he beat Brock. Yeah, but I didn't like that either. I didn't like Drew beating Brock. I completely agree. It is a very similar situation. But I was critical of that at the time when he beat Brock. I didn't like it, and it was a case of, well, look, here we are, we're up and running now, and then he goes on. I feel like the two the two don't necessarily have to be connected. So, like, Liv beating Ronda, I'm not a fan of it, but it's happened, and Liv's champion. So now let's judge her championship reign, if you know what I mean. And if, like, we get to SummerSlam and she's going to beat Ronda clean, I'm not going to like it. And it's going to be illogical to me, and it's going to look silly, to be honest. Lots of people will be on board with it, and, you know, whatever. Do you know what I mean? The title reign continues. My hope would be that we then start getting, you know, more credible matches. Because, to be honest, it's not good for her title reign for people that look at it the way I look at it. So, you know, I'm a WWE fan, and if they're trying to win me over and, like, get me to buy into Liv, then I need it to be realistic, logical. That's what I'm looking for. And I'd say it got off to not the best of starts. And if she's then going to beat Ronda clean at SummerSlam, it's only going to continue to just make her title run irrelevant in my mind. I mean, look, Vince can choose whoever he wants to be champion, right? That's easy for him. He can pick anyone. But the harder thing is to make people care. And I'm not going to care. And it's not going to be a good title run, in my opinion, if they're going to keep doing illogical things and silly things. So it's one of them, isn't it? I mean, I can only talk about how I perceive it and what I see and what I'm looking for. I mean, I can't speak for what the masses are looking for. So, you know, she could go to SummerSlam and beat Ronda clean, and the majority could absolutely love it. And it could be the right thing for them to do. But I can't speak about that because I don't know what the majority are going to feel about it. But, I mean, like, a lot of people like Liv and want her to succeed. So I would imagine that, do you know what I mean? Like, they would be on board with that happening. So I'm just going to guess that they would be on board with it. But I can't speak about that. I can only speak about, like, what I see and how I feel. And, you know, I think it's a really interesting conversation because I'm someone that is willing to give Liv a chance. Like, I've no problem with her winning Money in the Bank, and I've no problem with her being a champion. And in order for her reign to be a success, what I'm looking for is really good matches. I want her to be, like, getting, like, you know, 4-star matches around that ballpark. If she can get higher, brilliant. But I think the way I judge title reigns is I'm looking for really good feuds, really good stories. That's largely out of her hands. But the match quality, the promo quality, all of that stuff will go to dictate if this is a good run or not. So let's see. To answer your question, if she beats Ronda clean, it will be an annoyance for me. But, you know, we move past it and we'll see what the rest of her title reign is like. But I certainly can't speak for others. For others, they might just love it. Cheetah said, who's your favourite WWE person? Mine is Theory. Cheetah, you filled that whole flipping thing up at the bottom. You don't need to keep super chatting, dude. You don't need to keep super chatting. I really, really appreciate the support, but I do try to get to as many comments as possible. But who's my favourite person? I would say right now either Roman, Asuka, or Gunther. I would say those are my top three. Roman, Asuka, and Gunther. I think Roman has, you know, is consistent with his promos. He has some of the best matches. I think the storylines around Roman are absolutely fantastic. So Roman is a big, big tick. He carried SmackDown for quite a while. I think Gunther is, you know, you want to talk about realism. I think that he is someone that really lays it in and he really looks good. And I would put him in there with anyone and feel confident he could get a result. Maybe against Brock, he would struggle. I feel like Brock would definitely... yeah, that can't be legal. That's interesting, though. So Bianca, that's interesting. Bianca chucks her hair in so that Liv can grab it, and then Bianca pulls her over. So she uses her hair like a rope, which was, that was interesting. I mean, it can't be legal, but original. I can't say I've ever seen that before, where someone uses their hair to drag their tag opponent over to them. So I like the spot. Bianca is in and delayed standing vertical suplex. Natalia was trying to get the sharpshooter on. So yeah, those are my top three anyway, Cheetah. Those are my top three. Nice suplex there by Bianca. Mash Chief said, I like Gunther. I can't wait to see how he does against some of the top guys. Isn't that illegal, says Austin. It's cheeky, I know that much. And Bianca spills outside the ring. I was putting my stuff at the bottom, but even though I keep adding stuff in, so we've had like Liv promo, and now we've got Bianca and Liv versus Natalia and Carmella. It's cutting it off, I'm sure it is. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I'm sure it cuts it at a certain point, which is really annoying, because I did test it and it worked. But now that we're live and I'm actually putting it in, now it's stopped working. I'm actually going to cry out loud if we get Bianca Carmella again at SummerSlam, says Harley. Mash Chief said, I would like to see Gunther versus Randy, Edge, Roman, Cody, but most of all, I want Gunther versus Seth. Well, hopefully you get all of them, to be honest, bud. Hopefully he's going to be around for a while and we get all of those. Days, what if Charlotte came back and Liv beat her clean? Could be a star-making performance and possibly believable. Yeah, I can buy it more. I can buy Charlotte losing more than I can Ronda. Ronda is, for me, just like a bit of a special case. You know, I mean, as I said, she's a UFC Hall of Famer, and I just really struggle to see really anyone beating her clean in WWE. She feels like a big attraction, a big superstar, like someone that should come in and just, like, be killing people. They haven't really been booking her, like, that way, where she, like, you know, like she struggled against Raquel Rodriguez, for example. She didn't just come in and smash her. In my mind, she would. I mean, I've seen her step into an octagon and compete against, like, high-level MMA fighters and beat them within, like, a minute, 2 minutes. Not even that, like, seconds. Some of them just, like, 20-odd seconds. I mean, I know she's a bit older now, and she's a mom and all that, and, you know, I'm sure that she, you know, training is maybe not as intense as what it was, but I don't know, I just feel like Ronda, don't know, perhaps it's one of them whereby because I watch UFC and I've seen her fights and I've seen the impact she's had, that maybe my perception of her is different to other people's that don't watch UFC, but no, I can certainly, I can buy into Liv beating Charlotte a lot better than I can into her beating Ronda. Yes, I agree with that. I think like there's definitely ways forward for this Liv title reign, but I think they need to just be a little bit careful with it. I think there's lots and lots of pitfalls. There's lots of things that could go wrong, and I think she needs a good story against like a heel. She needs. I mean, Ronda's not a heel at the moment. But I think, like, we need a good heel that's good on the mic, that can give her good matches. I mean, to be honest, you know, I know Natalia is not the most exciting of names, but what you do get from Natalia is someone that can always give you a good match, a solid match. She's someone that can lead that match as well. She's a safe pair of hands. Her promos are fine. They might not be the most electrifying in the world, but as I said, what she did with Ronda, with the whole dressing as Ronda and having some fun with that, I thought that was great. So I feel like if you can give Natalia some decent creative, give her some stuff to actually get her teeth into, She is someone that will always, reward you and make it worth your time investing in her. And, you could do a feud with Liv and Natalya, and they'd be great matches. But, I don't know, maybe people would want to see Liv in there against someone a bit more exciting, a bit more credible. But I think you do need to be careful. I think, those challenges need to be further down the road for Liv. I don't know that I can buy seeing Liv beat Charlotte and Ronda and Bayley and all of it. I mean, Bayley feels like that's a feud I'm sure that Liv will have. Be a good feud, actually, because she can talk, she's credible, she can go. And, you could really... Because I think what they should do is, I think that this version of Liv that's really confident and is like... I'm going to be honest, right? I don't like how she says, I stand here, you're Women's SmackDown champion. She sent that out on Twitter as well, where she's like, I woke up this morning, you're Women's SmackDown champion. And I really don't like that, because I think it sounds better if she says the Women's SmackDown champion. She talks about how we're all in it together and thank you everyone for supporting me and all of this. But then she says you're Women's SmackDown champion, and that sounds to me like a heelish thing to say. Do you know what I mean? She's the Women's SmackDown champion, but why is I'm your, whether you like it or not, whether you're happy about it or not, I'm your Women's SmackDown. I don't know, maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but I looked at it on Twitter and I was like, I wouldn't have worded it that way. And she said it in the promo as well, and I was like, I wouldn't have said that either. I really think that I don't like that. That to me sounds quite heelish. And I think that she's she said all her dreams have come true. She thanks all the fans. All of that stuff's fine. But I would like to see her... I'd like to see her moving the narrative forward now, where she talks about wanting to prove that she is the rightful champion, because I think she should have some doubt. I think she should be honest and come out and say, I've got a little bit of doubt. Guys, I want to be honest with you. I cashed in. It was a great moment, but we all know that I didn't beat a healthy person for this championship. I didn't beat someone that was at their best. I need to do that. I need to do that for me, and I need to do that for you, because you deserve a women's champion that has got that can hold this belt with pride. I want to see that conversation. I want to see her saying that. I want to see her saying that the fans deserve the best. Because right now, I can understand people looking at Liv and being fans of Liv, but looking at her, questioning, is she the best? Is she? I mean, she cashed in, got the title, it's in her hands, but she needs to prove now that it's in the right place. She needs to prove that she is the rightful holder. And I'm looking forward to that conversation, because I think she should say that. I think she should say that, because I think that would, being humble and acknowledging that you beat someone when they weren't 100% and saying that you want to do that, I think would position her in a good place as we head to SummerSlam. And that could, I'm sure, will be part of the SummerSlam story. But these what I'm saying, these little things, I just think are little pitfalls. They're just little, not anything, it's not a problem. It's not going to derail her title reign, but it's enough for someone like me that's not buying into it yet. It's enough to still keep me on the outside. Well, I wanna support her title reign, but it's just little things at the moment. But anyway, that's that. We're moving on. Liv got the win with a flatliner. And Via's plate of food has been stolen. We're seeing Amos being spoken to by MVP. There's Dana Brooke. We're seeing Ezekiel being chased after by R-Truth, Tozawa, think Tamina. Reggie bumps into Amos. Amos grabs Reggie, hurls him. Seeing the Street Profits. There's Ezekiel. Oh yeah, we were meant to get Elrod, wasn't we? Do you remember that? Ezekiel says he's got Zeked up for the 4th of July. He said it was a real bath-orama. He's had a few too many, Ezekiel. He was talking about Elrod, so it looks like Elrod is confirmed. He's accidentally squirted the ketchup on Seth freaking Rollins. Ezekiel is trying to wipe it off of Seth. It's not really working. It's maybe made it worse. It's not gone well. Oh, Seth laughs. Seth laughs. Seth's laughing. Okay. Seth laughs, has a little dance, stares at Ezekiel. And walks away. The flip. The flip. Thought he was going to attack him. Ezekiel is concerned. Is that a match we're getting now, is it? Seth Rollins against Ezekiel? Oh, I love that ring gear. That ring gear looks great. Black ring gear with like lines, coloured lines on it, like neon colours, and then it's got looks like static on the side as well. I really like that ring gear. It's nice. There's going to be a food fight tonight, said Master Chief. When are they going to turn Adam fully into Teddy Long? All he needs to do is holla, holla, holla. Yeah, and he needs a version of The Undertaker to punish other wrestlers. It's the coffee story all over again, said List of Jericho. Amin said, is there fireworks in your country? Well, we do have fireworks, but not tonight. I dislike when professional fighters come into WWE because, let's be real, Ronda and Shayna would destroy 99% of the women's roster. But we've learnt to suspend logic. Well, you say that. I can't say I've learnt to do it. I don't like doing it. What's happening? Oh, it's a film trailer. All of a sudden, just heard some noise, but the camera was like looking at the crowd and the ring, and it was like, I thought that we'd gone to commercial, but we just couldn't see them. But it's an advert for a film. Thor. That's Thor, that is. That's Thor. This Friday. That's Sheamus, I think. Someone was so white that you almost could see through them. I think that was Sheamus. Thor, Love, and Thunder. Is that an album? I think that's an album, isn't it? I think that's an album. A new album by Thor called Love and Thunder. Looking forward to that. That must be a music video for it. But it's out on Friday, guys. Thor, Love, and Thunder. You can get it on Friday, and I think Sheamus is like guesting on one of the tracks by the looks of it, so very, very exciting. We need more MMM. I want to be titillated again. Greg, hello. Hope you are well. Sonny said, I'm going to see Thor Love and Thunder on Saturday. Have fun. I'm not going to watch NXT tomorrow, says Amin. Okay. Brenton said, who is your favourite GM commissioner? I hated Bischoff, but I love him as an evil heel in retrospect. Teddy Long also, for obvious reasons. I feel like my favourite would be... It's hard to not say Vince. I mean, Vince during the Attitude Era. I mean, he was just so good in that well, he wasn't playing a role, was he? He is the owner of WWE, but in that authority role, trying to hold back Austin and everything, it was great. I mean, actually, the first one that came to mind was Jack Tunney. A lot of the later ones were all right. I had a bit of a soft spot for William Regal, of course, what with him coming from the UK. Thought he did a decent job. I actually thought that Paige did a decent job. And Daniel Bryan, do you remember when he was GM? I thought he was all right. So, yeah, I mean, throughout the years, there's been some that have been good, some that have, not been good. But I'll go with Vince. Bit bland, but it's my honest answer. Marlo said, champions take on 120D and Twitter. I don't know what that means. Big Time Back said, I'm the only one that feels like Liv needs a big win from a major name. Doesn't need to be Ronda, but right now she feels like a mid-carder. Well, I agree, but I would build to it because I think going back to the realism thing that I was talking about, I think you're right. To me, she feels like a mid-carder. So I think that the story that I would like to tell is that she wants to show that she is the equal and she is the rightful champion. And, she wants to take on all comers. And I think that you can start her off by beating a Carmella, a Natalia, a Zelina Vega, beating some low-level women first. Actually, Zelina Vega would be quite good because Zelina Vega's a good promo. She's if Liv beats Zelina, it would be
mystery person off camera that will never be revealed ever. #WoHit Kevin.
I forgot it was reading it out. Yeah, it would be believable if she was to beat someone like Zelina. So I would actually have her beat a couple of women first, and then, then you drop in like a decent name, and hopefully then she's got some momentum and she's built up to it. We've got this vignette. There was a locked door, which was interesting. We're seeing the glasses and the hand wraps and the gold medal. Is this exactly the same as last time? Latino heat again. Yeah, was that exactly the same? It felt exactly the same. I'd have to watch them both, the one from Money in the Bank and that one, to see if there was any differences, but it felt pretty much the same. I do love that ring gear on Seth. That is great. So we did get the spooky vignettes. And I think that might be all we get. It does look the same, says James. What did Mo say? Mo, shout out to you, buddy. Mo said, can't wait for someone to be hit by a pie by a mystery person off camera that will never be revealed ever. #who hit Kevin? Who hit Kevin? He has spoke about it. I think he said it is one of the great mysteries. Halftime scores. In the age of the internet, these cryptic vids need to be extra cryptic to not be obvious. That's true. Yeah, great point. I mean, I think, you know, back in the day when there was no social media, you're absolutely right. People will have sat there, and a lot of people as well won't have known about, like, Edge's history with, like, Kurt Angle or Eddie Guerrero. They might have only recently got into wrestling the past few years. I mean, there's no shame in that whatsoever. So, I think, you know, not like putting those things together and not getting it is fine. But as you say, in the age of the internet, it's going to be all over social media, isn't it? And dirt sheets. Ezekiel goes on the outside as Seth rolls into the ring. Hangs Ezekiel on that rope. Why does Seth's outfit look like he's covered in dryer lint all the time? It's like Seth is wearing his grandmother's couch attire in the ring. I don't think that looks like a grandmother's couch. I really like that ring gear. Looks like it's come from like a 1980s disco. Days lagged before he gave his answer. There was Jeff Hardy armband, Steve-on glasses, and Latino heat item, says Daniel. The candles, Ministry of Darkness / Brood, says James. Any update on Kevin Owens and where he's been? Only that he tweeted out saying that he didn't want to go to Texas last week, but I mean, he's not here again, is he? So I don't know if he's... No, to be honest, I haven't seen anything on it. I don't know if there was like a family issue or something. I mean, it's clearly something that was unexpected that's come in the way. I don't know, it could be COVID or anything, couldn't it? But because we were meant to be getting Kevin Owens against either Ezekiel, Elias, or Elrod last week, and that never happened. And it's clearly not happening here as well, because instead we've got Ezekiel against Seth. Seth charging over to Ezekiel. Ezekiel slamming Seth into the timekeeper's area. Ezekiel screaming out. Brendan said, I meant his usual attire. Look at the recent suits. Tell me he didn't look like he wore his grandmother's couch. Adam said, NXT Great American Bash tomorrow, says Adam. Hoff said, I saw a report that it was an injury. It said he was unable to compete. Matt said, I think it's very odd that SummerSlam is in July. It's probably got something to do with Clash at the Castle. I'd imagine that they had to go for a certain date. And then they were looking at, like, they didn't want SummerSlam being too close to it, too big stadium show. I know they're in different countries, but probably just didn't want, like, they wanted to space out their big shows. So there's maybe some in that. Apparently it was a minor injury, says Scott. Amin said you've spelled Ezekiel's name wrong. Looks fine to me. Gunther will be on Raw later, said 420 Benton. I like wearing my grandmother's couch, says Top Tier. Ronnie, shout out to you. Hope you're well. WWE under VKM killed the Fiend gimmick. Why do fools want that to happen again? Why do fools fall in love? Kevin Owen got K-Ovid. K-Ovid, well done. We probably shouldn't joke about it, but we're gonna. Yes, well done. Oh, get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. Brenton said, thoughts on Mandy Rose as a talent. From the bits I've seen, she's improved. And the scouts like Booker T. Lita liked her back on Tough Enough. I think that she is fine in ring. I mean, I think she is passable. I mean, I don't get excited when it's her matches. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I remember her match at SummerSlam against Sonya Deville being all right, when it was like loser leaves WWE, but in all fairness, the loser leaves WWE stipulation was doing a lot of work in that match, because I don't think the match was like mind-blowing, but it just had a really good stipulation of the loser leaves. And obviously Sonya did. She ended up coming back as an official a little while later, but it was still good. But there's not many Mandy Rose matches that I can point to. So I would say that she is passable in ring. I would say that her promos are all right. I would say that she's going to struggle to get to the top of the card. I think that, you know, I look at her and she is someone that is obviously attractive. She's got a lot of support as a result of that. But I don't know personality-wise if there's much going on. I don't mean that as a disrespectful thing. I know it sounded disrespectful, but what I mean is, like, compared to Charlotte and compared to Becky and compared to Bianca and Asuka, like, these women have got big personalities. And I just don't think that is necessarily Mandy. I just don't think she's got that, like, big personality. I think they're trying to really dig into her, like, posing and being beautiful, and, like, they're trying to play that card. But that card's only going to get you so far. It's not going to, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it gets stale real quick. So, I don't know. I don't know what a shelf life's like, and I don't know what the ceiling's like for her. She's passable in the ring. Promos are okay. She ended up going back to NXT. There's been, you know, she's moving in the right direction, but I can't say... I am not clamoring for her to get to the main roster, let's put it that way. But her looks will keep her around in Vince's eyes. So, you know, I mean, like, I think she'll have a decent career. I think she'll be around for a hot minute. But I can't say that I can see her being a multiple-time women's champion. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Best Raw for the 4th of July. 4th of July has got to be KO being pied in the face, and who done it, says TKG. Did you see Shotzi getting bashed on social media over her performance? There were some horrible tweets, hoping she loses her job and she's reckless. She should be, yeah. We spoke about it. There's no need for that. I mean, honestly. There's plenty of people in WWE that, you know, I would say are questionable as to whether they're kind of WWE quality. But I would never, ever, ever flipping dream of sending them a message saying they should lose their jobs. Ever. So, yeah. I think those kind of opinions should be kept. People should keep them to themselves. But saying that, one thing that people do forget is that a lot of these accounts, do you know what I mean? I'm not being funny, but there's people with mental health issues that don't have the same perspective and boundaries as like other people, and kids. There's so many kids on Twitter. Kick out by Seth. I saw that and I thought it was off. Twitter is disrespectful, saying she needs to go back to the PC. Top Tier said no one should be bullied like that. There's some horrible outcomes from bullying. Tony said Charlotte has overextended her welcome. Greg, shout out to you. Ethan said, what do you think of Bayley returning, challenging Liv for the title? Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I wouldn't race to it. Like, I don't think it should be Liv's next feud. I think that you need to get Liv some wins, and just against, you know, solid, good opposition like Zelina, like Carmella. Just get her some wins. Not against jobbers. Like actual jobbers, but like against, you know, people that are on the roster. You know, if she can get like a clean win against Doudrop, people like that, Nikki. And then, you know, then we can start to, like, go up to a bigger challenge. But it needs to be treated as a bigger challenge, and it needs to be treated like it's going to take everything out of Liv to get the win over someone like Bayley. Seth gets the win over Ezekiel. Seth beats Ezekiel. I get the marketing and merch angle with Lily dolls, but I liked Alexa when in 2018. That was one of the best, maybe one tier below Charlotte Becky. I agree, Brenton. I agree, but yeah. I agree. Who do you think wins the Rumble? I think Cody and Bayley if she returns, said Huff Sports Media. I think Cody as well, yep. I think the women's one's a little bit trickier, but got to be looking at someone like Becky. I know she's won it before, but I think if there is a woman that's going to win it multiple times, I think it's probably going to be her. But you know that they would want Becky in that main event. Seth is going back. He's jumping into the ring. He's got Ezekiel down. Oh, out of nowhere, Riddle with an RKO. Riddle with an RKO. Tell you what, he's got like summer attire, hasn't he, by the looks of it? Looking at his shorts. RKO by Riddle. Yeah, he's got... Those don't look like his normal wrestling wrestling attire. They do look like swimming shorts. Hopefully this means Riddle Seth at SummerSlam. That would be a lot of fun. If that's going to start a feud between them two, that's going to be a lot of fun. Riddle in the ring. As Seth is in the entranceway. Right, we're going back to the hot dog eating contest. We've got Otis and we've got Dawkins. Otis getting through the hot dogs, Dawkins. Otis wins 23-22. Oh, Akira Tozawa had 48. 48 by Akira Tozawa. Wow, Tozawa did it. Cheetah says, we're not getting no holds barred. What do you mean, between who? Theory says tonight we've got that 6-man tag. Right, here's Bobby. Here's Bobby. Bobby. Bobby and... Was it the Street Profits? Is this even longer, this intro? This intro feels really long. Bum ba da dum. Bum ba ba dum. Who was the blonde at the back? Don't know. She might just be like production, kind of behind the scenes. Tozawa wins. Cheetah said, I forgot there's another hour. There's another hour. A whole other hour. Most hot dogs I had in one sitting is 12. That was bun, cheese, ketchup, and mustard. That's a lot. I don't know what the most I've had. I'll go 6. 12. I can't even picture 12. That's a lot of hot dogs. Dizzledog said, is she single? Oh, they just showed the wrong graphic. They showed the graphic for Seth and Ezekiel. Production botch. Vince loves Theory. It's creepy and uncomfortable, says Jay. Daisy, you're not streaming NXT tomorrow? We don't stream NXT, no. Brenton said, Sasha gets a win in the Rumble and a title win as an enticement for her to come back, ? I think Raj said she was released in early June, but WWE was trying to smooth things over. Honestly, don't know. I mean, they shouldn't. I mean, she walked out of the show, and now they're trying to smooth things over. I mean, look, WWE has always been about money. That's it. That's all it cares about is money. And it'll use whatever it needs to use and do whatever it needs to do to make money. So, you know, I mean, like, Vince obviously got annoyed and upset. And there was a lot of heat backstage. I think that could have settled down. But I certainly don't think they should be bending over backwards. So, I don't know. Ronda will be booked like Brock, which leaves her home as a special attraction. It takes time to build challengers, says Brent. Have you got something on Wrestling Escape Pods? We do have Wrestling Escape Pods tomorrow, yes. Sahil said Otis is going to bath in Theory's briefcase. Oh my god, do you reckon? I could see that. I thought you was just casually down in 12 hot dogs. No, that would be a world record for me. Larry said that's nowhere near the most I've eaten. Raw is live from San Diego, the Mysterios' hometown. Yep. They got a great reaction when they came out earlier. I must admit, like 2 hours into this, I do think that it's really lacking any kind of impact, this show. There's not much punch to it at all. So, you know what I mean? There's like the segments are coming and going, but nothing really feels impactful. Feels like quite flat, to be honest. I mean, I'm waiting for something of like significance to happen. I mean, we got Riddle and Seth was kind of fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could definitely see something there. I suppose there's a bit of a talking point with Ciampa and Miz, you know, and the handshake there. So, you know, there's potentially something there. But there's not much, is there? Considering we're almost 2 hours into the show, there's 1 hour to go. I was hoping for a bit more. Did you watch the web stream for Money in the Bank? I saw a couple of bits. I did go into it just to see, like, kind of how the chat was moving. I went in to see what the setup looked like, because obviously I didn't. I mean, I set it up, but I created the graphics and then sent them over. And there's definitely things that I would change. I did put that little thing in the corner from like the little clips that I recorded, but there's obviously the majority of the stream where that's just not needed. So if we were to do anything like that again, I would definitely have it so that it could be removed.
I don't like
I was
how
watching
big the
it
word
and I was like,
is on
man,
the USA belt. Like, shouldn't
distracting.
the words United
When there's
States
nothing
be
happening
big
there,
and
it's like
champion be smaller?
he should
Seems
have
off
had
to
the
me.
ability to take that away, but he didn't because of how I set it up. So that's one that I would change. And also, I think the way his chat layout looked a bit too. It wasn't as kind of tight as what this is. So I'd tweak that for him next time. So yeah, I was kind of looking at it from that point of view. And then I was just looking to see like how was he doing like in regards to, you know, was he able to follow it at certain points, like see what was happening basically.
Because it's hard, man. I mean, like, talking for, like, that amount of time. And because sometimes you could find yourself in a situation where there's not much happening and the chat's a bit slow. Or, like, do you know what I mean? And then, like, you might all of a sudden, oh, what do I do? Like, I don't know. I really didn't know, like, if he would have those kind of moments. But he knocked it out of the park, man. He absolutely killed it. He did a fantastic job. But that was largely down to you guys as well. As I said, I did send a post out thanking him and the community, because you got to remember that if you guys hadn't shown up for him, it's hard. I mean, I wouldn't fancy trying to do a 4-hour stream with the chat not moving that much. I mean, I can't think of anything that's harder. I mean, a lot of the conversations we have is because I'm jumping in the chat and chatting to you guys. So it's kind of, do you know what I mean? It just bounces along. The show just bounces along. The stream bounces along. And we just go with the conversation, and we end up having, you know, talking about anything and everything. Talking about hot dogs and how many we can eat. So without that kind of interaction, if there wasn't that many people there, it could be really tricky. So I just wondered if there was any, like, of those moments, how the chat was moving, what the layout looked like, blah, 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 blah. So I didn't spend long on it. I certainly didn't sit down and watch it from start to finish, but I would love to. And it was great to see that people enjoyed it. That's the most important thing. Triple T did a fantastic job, says Jilly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. WWE are planning a Montez Ford singles run against Undisputed Universal Champion someday, says Adam. Triple T was out of it for the last match. He kept saying it was past his bedtime. He did a great job. Oh, I didn't see that. He was struggling, was he, in that final match? Yeah, well, again, you know, talking for... I mean, it's a bit like anything. If you're a runner and you go running for like 10 miles, you're gonna come back and, you know, you'll feel it. Absolutely, but you'll be, you know, conditioned and you'll be all right. Like, I do these streams like all the time, so for me, I feel fine when I finish them. Like, do you know what I mean? But I remember how I felt when I was doing them at the start, and how much, like, talking all the time takes. Not only that, not even just like wearing you down. Your voice isn't used to it. My voice isn't used to talking for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours non-stop. So, you know, your voice can get sore, and it's a little bit tricky at times. At the start, certainly not tricky now, but he did a great job. He did a great job. In regards to Sasha and other problem talent, it's always been about getting the match in the ring. Cornette and Bruce once talked about it when discussing HBK as a problem child in the 90s. Dizzledog said, if it was his first time streaming, he did well. It was his first time streaming like that, yeah. He used to stream on his channel, the Triple T Tommy Toy Travels channel. And I did pop on, actually, a few times when he was doing those streams. But those streams were just casual, just chatting, and they were like an hour or so. They certainly weren't, like, commentating, talking about what's happening, interacting with a load of people that's, do you know what I mean, and the chat moving. And, you know, what he did the other day was completely different to anything he's done. But I thought there was a lovely message from him on Twitter where he was like, I really want to say that. It felt quite heartfelt, where he was like, you know, it meant a lot to me. Thank you, everyone that joined. And I was like, man, that's cool. It's cool. So I'm really, really looking forward to checking in with him tomorrow. So if you are around, Wrestling Escape Pods, 11 o'clock UK time, 6 o'clock Eastern time, over on the Escape Pod channel, myself and Tommy. We'll be talking Money in the Bank, we'll be talking Raw, we'll be talking any news that breaks between now and then, and we'll check in with him and see how he felt, get the deets. We are just seeing a video package right now about Money in the Bank, if you was wondering. So you're not missing anything at the moment. We're just building to this 6-man tag match. Triple T did lie to us a few times, saying that you'd had an unfortunate accident. If folks didn't know, lol, he could have done anything. I wouldn't have minded. It was a fun stream. Triple T did awesome job. Side note, so did Austin. He was on for the entire stream. Austin, shout out to you. Here's talking of Austins. Here's one. Austin Theory. I was surprised by how you do this. I could never do the streams. I'd be falling asleep during some of these Raws. Hayden, shout out to you. Larry said Amos didn't know how to use the ladder and others had to sell it. Brenton said I did dip in and out. He did well. A little bit rushed. Seems like putting up poles, but did fine. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine... I mean... I didn't know, if I'm being completely honest, what to expect. I know that he's a funny and fun guy, hence why I watched his channel and why we do the Wrestling Escape Pod, and I absolutely love spending time with him. But I couldn't, hand on heart, say across 4 hours, do you know what I mean, with him, like, potentially getting tired and doing it for the first time, like how it was all going to go. And it was just great. It was great to see that people enjoyed it and that he enjoyed it, and it all went really, really well. So it's important because who knows when we're going to have other pay-per-views that clash, and who knows, like SummerSlam, for example. SummerSlam, I think it collides with UFC 277. So we might have to look to do the same again. So you know, the feedback, I mean, if you was going to give him feedback, bear in mind, because I haven't seen it, so I don't know what people would give him feedback on, but bear in mind it was his first time, and if you was going to give him feedback, I'd just ask that it would be constructive. Compliment sandwich, did really well, really enjoyed this, but I would just maybe look at this next time, but you did a great job. The old compliment sandwich. But he seemed to really enjoy it. Right, finally we've got everyone that's in the ring. I know we've been talking about the Money in the Bank stream quite a bit, but honestly, everyone got an entrance. So we were waiting for a bit. Sonny said, according to Triple T, and I quote, you are in the hospital for breaking your pinky toe. Well, we'll never know if that's true or not. Real Whitey said Triple T did a great job. He was drinking chocolate milkshake and eating ice cream. Okay. Well. Fair play. I think he played guitar at one point as well. So, yeah, I think you definitely got stuff on that stream that I wouldn't be doing. Let's put it that way. The viewers held strong. All the wet folks were there. It's great. When you're used to a Bobby Heenan and you get a Jesse Ventura, it's different, but still good, says Brenton. Brenton, shout out to you, my friends. Very, very kind words. Triple T had fun. You could tell. That's good. That's great. That's great. I said that to him, actually, just before, because I checked in with him before, about an hour or so before, just to make sure it was all set up, and I kept saying to him, I was like, are you nervous? And he was like, no. I was like, you are, aren't you? You're nervous. He's like, no, I feel good. I was like, yeah. But are you nervous? And he was like, no. You should be. I said that to him. I was like, you should be. I think I was just trying to make out that it's a lot harder than what it is because I need to feel better about myself. That's what it is. Like this, it's easy. Just sitting and watching wrestling and chatting with you guys. It's easy. But I need to feel like it's difficult. I need to feel like what I do is of the same level as a surgeon. So when he was like no selling it, going, nah, I feel fine. I was like, no, you should be nervous. It's very hard. It's very difficult. He was like, no, I'll be fine. It's like, oh, stop being so blasé about it. It's really hard. Right, we've got Bobby in there with Montez. They're looking for both delayed vertical suplexes, whilst Dawkins just kind of stands on the side. He now goes over the top, comes crashing down on everyone that's on the outside, and we're going to go to commercial. Why, can I ask a question there? Why did Bobby get in the way so that Dawkins had to, like, hurdle him? Like, he unnecessarily got in the way. So, like, Dawkins had to, like, hurdle over Bobby to then continue his run. But what it meant was he hurdled, continued his run, didn't really get too many steps, and then had to, like, jump over the top. Like, Bobby Lashley just made that a lot more difficult than it needed to be. I think Dawkins might wanted to have shown that he's got some hurdling skills, but that could have gone wrong. He could have tripped. What, have you tripped over him? What, have you tripped over Bobby Lashley? Bang! Oh, I wish that had happened. That would have been so funny. Goes against the ropes, tries to get over Bobby Lashley, doesn't, trips over him. They both just fall over in the ring, whilst all the other guys on the outside just kind of look in the ring. And then we go to commercial. That would have been the greatest moment in the history of Raw ever. Hands down, the greatest moment. Impressive by Dawkins to land on his feet, I have to say, says Brenton. Watching wrestling is the same as brain surgery, especially watching Dominic Mysterio wrestle. It makes me want a lobotomy. Brent said, when is that over the top to everyone? Outside waiting, going to commercial spot, going to be one too many? Long past that. Long past that. I can't think of a spot that I hate more. Well, I probably could. But I've said before, jumping on a load of people on the outside of the ring that are just standing and waiting. Do you know what, guys? That is not my cup of tea. That is not my cup of tea. Days, is Alexa here? We haven't seen her, but we've not seen her. I've got to think that we will see her. Theory is gorgeous, says Larry. Gorgeous. I thought Bobby was going to catapult him over the ropes. No. Brendan, shout out to you. The tag match was fire. Yes, I did hear about that. I did go back and check a few bits, but I've still not watched it from start to finish. It's unprofessional, says Brent. Tommy was making up so many scenarios on why you was not on the stream, says Mosey, the hype god. All of them were true. All of them were true. What is with the Mo Jones and Cheetah at the bottom of the chat? Donations. Anyone that donates, I wanted it to be a bit more visible. Because I just think that we've got a lot of people that are really supportive of the channel. And I think we can do more. And so, yeah, I've got that at the bottom so that their names are displayed, and rightfully so. A big shout out to both of those for their support this evening. Very, very much appreciated. So I do like that as an addition. I don't think it really gets in the way of the chat. The chat's still nice and big. My biggest problem from this stream has been the fact that my scroll at the bottom has let me down. So I've even given up adding to it now. In fact, I might as well just take it away. I had good intentions, guys. Good intentions. Really good intentions, because actually it feeds into... Look, it's connected to this, and what I was writing at the bottom connects to that. So when we get to the stage where we do reviews, we've got that on waiting. I connected them all, and that took a lot of time. But it hasn't worked, so... I need to see if I can fix that. Do you think Gunther will be a great IC champion? Yes, I do. I think he will hold that belt for a long time. Because he held the UK championship for a long time, and he looks legit. And is a heel. And I think he can go through quite a few baby faces. Eventually someone will beat him, but I think I'm going to make a bold prediction. He holds on to it throughout the rest of 2022, at least. Theory is on the edge of the ring. We've got 48 minutes to go. Brent said it looks good, very professional. Well, I mean, it needed a few little tweaks to it. But yeah, it's we're heading in a direction. Dawkins collides into I think that was Theory that just went absolute flying. This has been a fun little match. Chad Gable in the ring gets planted. 1, 2, saved by Otis. Otis makes the save. Why weren't you at the cookout? Oh, I was the chef. I was the chef, so I was a bit busy. Montez goes to the outside, spinning back elbow. That was nice by Otis. Oh, spear! Spear by Bobby. Up top, Montez. Big splash. Otis rolls out the ring. Gable rolls up Montez. Oh, Montez flips over, lands on his stomach. I think he tried to land on his feet, maybe. Exploder. Gable going up. It's a good little match, this. 1, 2. Theory versus Cena for the Money in the Bank contract, hopefully, says Mosey, the hype god. Otis just took that frog splash after all of those hot dogs. I know. I tell you what, could be a right mess right now. He might have rolled out the ring because there might be a wardrobe malfunction. Lashley has got the pin and the win on Gable. Dun 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 dun. Cena Theory at SummerSlam. DX had the best 4th of July cookout, says Mike. Hayden said Bobby and the Street Profits win. Yes, yes, yes. That was fun. That was a definite highlight. That was all right. Montez Ford with his really big frog splash. Gable speared. Gable goes down. Dun 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 dun. Oh, he barfs! Oh, no! Otis throws up. Oh, there's chunks. Otis barfs. Oh, they're showing a replay. Oh, why are they showing a replay? Why are they showing a replay? Why would they show a replay? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hopefully Otis feels better soon. Here's Becky. Here's Big Time Bex. Big Time said this isn't about Otis. Oh, God. That was not great. That was a biohazard. No holding back, says Big Time. I'm ready for Asuka. No holds barred Becky. That's what she calls herself. 4th of July celebration. R-Truth coming out. Right, R-Truth on his way. Dressed as Uncle Sam. Is that who it is? Yeah, Uncle Sam's 4th of July celebration. So he's made his way down to the ring. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so Otis. I'm just looking on Twitter, and they've got there is a GIF that WWE have sent out about it. Oh my God, there's loads, man. He throws up loads. I don't know why I keep watching it. I'm addicted. Days, I have to say, R-Truth dressed as Uncle Sam is very clever. Shame Otis and Gable are being used this way, says Brenton. I mentioned you before that they and Riddle would be my killer faction. Better miss job than Malachi Black, yes. Yeah, well, you say better. Certainly more disgusting. But, yes, it was better. You got a good coverage. Truth has dressed up like this before, says Larry. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. We got 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go. But, yeah, we've got R-Truth in there. I don't know, like, really what we're going to get out of this. I mean, I can't imagine this is going to be, like, a big segment. I don't even know what's going to build towards. Maybe 24/7 stuff. Maybe. The thing is, at the bottom, if that's so, it'll be helpful when I'm late to the stream. Yes, it is, but it's not quite working. So I did try it, and it worked great. And now we're live. It's overlapping. So my dream is to get it working. I will look into how I can fix it. There must be a way of doing it. I cannot believe that there is that I can believe, because I know there is a character limit, but there must be a way around it. I tried it and it worked. So annoying. Mo said you missed my last super chat. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear it. Let me have a look. Was it a while ago, buds? No, what did it say? Just put it in the chat, I'll read it. What did it say, dude? Truth's been on Sam. Tomorrow my city gets graced by the presence of William, says Sonny. Do you think Liv Morgan will be champion for a long time? I genuinely don't know. I think that there is a chance that she could be, but I think it's going to depend on how successful it is. So, you know, if it's red hot and her segments are really popular, then I think that she is going to be champion for a while, yes. But it could bomb, couldn't it? It could bomb, and it could be a case that it's just not doesn't work. Right, we are going back from commercial break. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. Dizzle Dog, appreciate it. Where there is a will, there is a way. Yes. That is deep. Oh my god, they're showing it again! Why? Why do they keep showing it?
Dizzle_dog is a legend. They donated $9.99 via a super chat. Where there is a will, there is a way.
Where there is a will, there is a way. Bron Breakker takes on Cameron Grimes tomorrow. Here's R-Truth in the ring. We've got USA chants. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the one, the only. I'm Uncle Sam. This is my favorite holiday. We celebrate our Independence Day. Okay. You should barf all over the place next to William. There was a shooting in Illinois and there's fireworks. Thinking of moving to Canada, says Larry. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't seen like how bad that was, but as I said, must have been bad because it was the main story on the BBC. Okay, so R-Truth is just talking about the fact it's Independence Day. He wants to read his favorite passage from the Constitution. Welcome to Earth. Ooh. Yes. Yes. My name is Ludwig Kaiser. The Hing General. Champion. Here we go. The Hing General. Gunther. Here we go. Gunther making his way out. Gunther is here. Gunther making his way down. He looks great, of course. Corey Graves said, if I'm Uncle Sam, I am getting the hell out of Dodge. So, Gunther getting into the ring. I'm guessing, are we getting a... Is it a match between these two? The Hing General. It's very good. It's good to see him. I'd love for him to be on Raw, actually. USA chants. He's going to make him humble, man. He's going to make him humble. Big USA chants from the crowd as Gunther edges forward. He knocks the hat and the wig off of R-Truth. He's wrecked his hat, look. R-Truth still trying to fix his wig. Big boot by Gunther, and R-Truth goes down. This ain't going to go great for him, is it? This ain't going to go great. Big strike there as Gunther in control. The Hing General. Strike coming in by R-Truth. R-Truth trying to fight back, tries to throw a knee into the side of Gunther's head. Gunther moves out the way. Gunther grabs R-Truth, picks him up. Power bomb. And that's it. That's going to be it. Boom. Boom. Here is your winner. Gunther! Yep. I don't like how big the word champion is on the US belt. It should be United States be big and champion be small. It seems off. It's just a design thing. I mean, you could go that way, yeah. Alexa says, I'm so happy I got to see Liv succeed. But it's been a while since I held anything besides Lily. Well, sorry to hear that your marriage isn't going well. It's time for some twisted bliss. Alexa. She just... what can you say about Asuka that's not been said? She walks in as Alexa's just chatting away. She does Alexa, I will be the next Raw Women's Champion! I love that woman. She was holding the new credit card on Saturday. I heard, yeah, I heard. Junior said, Asuka's talking needs to end. How dare you? How dare you? Brent said, R-Truth looked like his a July 4th DLC edition for Tekken or Mortal Kombat. No way did they just have Montez Frog Splash Otis and vomit came out of his mouth. Well, funny you should say that. Because I got some picks. Because this feels like it's separate video worthy. We've got Otis chatting away. Oh my God, look at it. And if you don't believe that it's... if you think that's CGI, there's the chunks on the... It's brutal and it's brutal. So, on WWE Raw, we got one hell of a moment. We saw Otis and Gable at the cookout with the Street Profits, and there was a hot dog eating championship. That was won by Akira Tozawa, but Otis still put a lot of hot dogs away. He then went in a match, was speared by Bobby Lashley, and I will give you a little warning. Look away if you don't want to see what happened. That happened! Oh, look at it! Otis hurled! Otis threw up during Raw, and, oh God, they kept showing replays. This image is from one of the million replays that they showed. They put this footage out on social media as well. They really wanted to make sure that you didn't miss this moment. Seeing Otis barf, I think they know that it's going to play well, kind of,
$5
on social media.
I swear they have
And
cut off
you
that
could even
more
see
than
the
no
chunks
Latin
on the
anime
floor.
characters, and I love it all the same.
It's awful. It's awful. So it made sense to show you all over again. So, yeah, Otis throwing up on Monday Night Raw. The other thing as well, look how loose that canvas is. Can you see it's all scrunched around his feet? I mean, that's not the biggest problem that he's having at that moment, but I'm just saying, interesting. Interesting. Ah! It's, that's where we are for entertainment now, guys. I don't know about you. I like to tune in every Monday, see someone vom, see someone barfing, see someone throwing up. That's what I like to see. Right, we are at commercial break. We will be going back to the action. We've got 25 minutes to go. That's it. 25 minutes left to go. Got 25 minutes to go. Asuka and Becky is coming up. Oh, they're showing that video package again. The eerie video package. The spooky video package. They want you to see that as well, don't they? Light coming on. Lights. I feel like it's the same one again. Yeah, it's twice in the same show they've played that. Twice in the same show. We're back from commercial. Thanks, Days. Now I'm feeling sick. Asuka cuts one promo. Days lights up like a Christmas tree. She just gives me energy, man. I must admit, a lot of this show has just kind of flatlined and sort of passed me by. I don't think this show is a show that's like given me much energy. It's not a show that's had like loads of talking points, loads of great moments. It's felt a little bit, I don't know, like it's kind of drifted along. It's not been a disastrous show because there has been moments, but yeah, it's not the strongest Raw I've seen. Brock and Roman video package is what we've got right now. Brock and Roman video package. As we build towards SummerSlam. Could Bayley return after the match? What match? This match? I don't think so.
Cheetah is a
Don't
legend.
think so.
They donated £4.49.
Cheetah, shout out to you.
I was right with R-Truth and Gunther. Yash. Also, I went up to bed. Was Otis being sick real? And who won the tag match?
I was right with R-Truth and Gunther. Also, I went to bed. Was Otis sick real? Who won the tag match? Tag match was won by Bobby and it was it real? No, it was planned. I mean, it was planned because they planted the seeds earlier, didn't they? I mean, they did a whole hot dog thing and then had him speared in the stomach, and so all the seeds were planted. So no, it's not real. He's on the outside of the ring as well. I'd imagine whilst he's on the outside of the ring, he's probably getting whatever that was that he throws up. He's gonna puke! Yes. Hello, Finderbin. Hope you're well, buds. Where's Mo? I keep meaning to look out for Mo. Mo, what did your comment say, dudes? I was looking. Let me know, because I haven't seen what you said. And I don't want to miss it. I don't want to cheat you. I will not do that. I saw someone say on Twitter that Roman Brock feud is as big as Austin Rock. Well, I would say that it is this generation's equivalent. I feel like, they've main evented WrestleMania, multiple WrestleManias. They're now facing again SummerSlam. They had cage match over in Saudi. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you look at this generation, like, they're not going to be as big as Stone Cold and Rock because that was Attitude Era. This is clearly not Attitude Era or Attitude Era numbers, viewers. So it's not going to have the same impact. But I wouldn't disagree that this wasn't this generation's equivalent. Cheetah said, what was Theory pinned? No, it was Gable. Gable was pinned. Gable was pinned. Did he lose his voice then? He went, big time! Yeah! Even Corey Graves says, he's just hit puberty. God, did you hear his voice? Big time! Big time! Big time, Becky! Very nice. You never know when puberty's going to strike. God damn it. What is the new super chat voice thing that you're doing? It just reads them. Not that I can hear them. I either need to start wearing headphones all the time, or I need to get some speakers. But the problem with speakers is if I can hear them, you'll be able to hear the sound, and then that's going to make it echo, and it's going to be rubbish. So Brock's not the threat that he used to be. Finn said, are you doing UFC this weekend? Of course, yeah. No holds barred. Big time! Do your job. Tell the fans Lesnar, Roman at SummerSlam will be the last ever match on WWE between the two. What, do I think that will be the last between them? Probably will, yeah. Probably will. I mean, there's really no need to keep coming back to this feud. Although, they always can. Yeah, I mean, look, we've done it so many times. We're at the point now where when they faced at WrestleMania, they had to put all the belts on the line and make a massive deal of it and make a big thing. So yeah, I kind of feel that they've tried to find a way of making it as big as possible. We know this wasn't meant to be the match they were going to do. This was going to be Randy Orton. So, you know, they've just had to go to this instead because of Randy's injury. Rafael Santos is fighting. Yes. What a match. What is a match between top stars that has been overdone? I've heard criticisms of Orton Cena. But I didn't have a problem with then. Would love that to be Cena's final one. Well, I mean, God, flipping New Day against the Brawling Brutes was doing my head in this year. I think, I mean, look, to be honest, I think WWE have got a rich history of, like, hammering rematches until you just don't want to see them anymore. I mean, just even thinking, like, recently, I remember Nia and Shayna were in tag matches against, God, who was it? It was like every week on flipping Raw last year. They were competing against, I can't even remember who it is now. Was it Natalya and Tamina? Was it Natalya and Tamina against Nia and Shayna that I just felt like I couldn't escape from? And then, as you said, yeah, this Brawling Brutes New Day is one that's definitely got me this year. But like in history, I think in the 80s and kind of early 90s, I don't think there was much of a problem with them doing like loads of rematches. It seemed to be more during like Ruthless Aggression that it really got bad, and then like, you know, more recently. But yeah, Cena Orton's probably the most famous. But I don't mind it. I think that they came through at the same time. One is a natural heel, one is a natural face. Just makes sense that they would always be kind of circumnavigating each other. That's the word I wanted. They would always be in each other's orbit. And I suppose in a way that's the same with Roman and Brock, isn't it? They're just always in each other's orbit. So I don't mind that though. I don't necessarily mind it, but I think you do definitely get to the point where you're like, don't need to see it at, like, you know, it starts to replace the dream matches. Like if you think Roman could face like so many other people, you know, you could get something really good at SummerSlam, but instead it's that flipping match again. Here's Asuka. I was in the process of changing this, wasn't I? Asuka versus Becky. Asuka versus Becky. You forgot Brock can't hit some of his moves as much anymore, says Kieran. Big Time said Daisy Street Profits, Alpha Academy, or Dolph and Robert Roode, not something done so many times since the pandemic. To be honest, I don't feel like I've seen Dirty Dogs for a little while, but we did go through a phase of seeing them a lot, yes. But I feel like they've gone away for a bit. We saw them actually, didn't they? They came back the other week. I remember we had the platform, and they came back, and who did they attack? They attacked someone. Was it a Moss? They did something with a Moss, and then nothing. Imagine Roman wins at SummerSlam, then cuts a promo saying, "Acknowledge me." And then out of nowhere, you hear, "If you smell." That'd be good. Damn, man. Imagine that. Imagine if The Rock comes back at SummerSlam. Asuka's come out and she's got a trash can. So Asuka's got a trash can. Asuka in the main event of Raw with Becky. Becky with a load of chairs. This could be fun. This could be a lot of fun. smile on the face of Asuka. She doesn't seem too concerned, does she, that she's about to go into this no-holds-barred, anything-goes match. So Asuka has got the trash can. She charges over to Becky, throws the trash can at Becky, slides, nice. Sliding knee, goes for the pin. Kick out by Big Time. Stomp by Asuka. She goes to hit Becky with the chair, but she pulled the chair shot. She didn't really, throw it that much. No, good, thank you. I said, Asuka talks and acts more and more like an anime character, and I love it more and more every time. Mo, shout out to you, dude. Apologies, I missed it originally. I'll fix it. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Strike coming into the midsection. Spinning back fist there by Asuka. Should I become a member? And do you like Raphael? Oh, what? Dos Santos? Yes, I do. He's not my favourite fighter. Yeah, someone that, with what he's achieved, I've got so much respect for. And definitely his fights always feel significant, worth watching. So, yeah, I like him. Should you be a member? That's up to you, my friend. If you are someone that joins us on a regular basis, then obviously you get the little logo next to your name, and I think it highlights it, not on screen in green, but on the YouTube chat, it highlights your name in green, which obviously is cool if you join us on a regular basis, and you get access to the emojis, which I am looking to update, because there's some that are still left over from the football, but I wanted ones that would be usable. Oh man, look at that. Bexploder, and she hurls Asuka onto the chairs on the outside. Now she's stripping the commentary table. That was quite nasty. That was a hell of a scream from Asuka. Chair shot there by Becky on Asuka. Asuka drives the chair into Becky. Asuka on the outside, charging at Becky, and a hip attack. Wow! That was a great spot. That was a great spot. I think Becky tried to hurl the chair at Asuka. Asuka hip attacked, and it bounced off. I think it smacked Becky in the face, that chair. I'm sure that as Asuka was coming, she tried to, hold up the chair or throw the chair. Because all I saw was that chair go... and she goes exploding through the barricades. Here we go. I tell you what. We got Gunther. We get in this match. This is what we needed. This is what we needed. Yeah. If you want to hurt your opponent, why take off all the stuff on the announcer's table? Good point. I suppose you want to hurt them, but maybe you don't want to paralyze them. Because slamming them down onto the edge of one of those screens could be pretty moody. Do we access your boxer brief collection as a member? Sure. You get full insight into my underwear drawer, which is the only reason why Austin has joined. I'm keeping him waiting. Every week he asks, every day, every hour, he sends me a message. Are they doing this on free TV with no time left? Why not build up to SummerSlam and have a 5-star match? Well, you know what WWE are like. They will give you a little taster of it, so you'll get a bit now. We're at commercial break, and you'll get another, say, 5 minutes or so of it, and then who knows? There's every chance that we will revisit it when we get to a pay-per-view. Or we'll just move on. But in all fairness, the way that things work now, back in the day, you used to try and sell house shows, and you used to try and get people to come to the house shows. Now, what you want to do is you need people to watch Raw, and you need people to watch SmackDown, because the money isn't made from house shows, it's made from those TV deals. So they need to make sure that their ratings are good and that people are tuning in, so that when that next TV deal comes up, they get another juicy deal. So it makes sense for them to give you matches like this, but I do not disagree that a proper match, a match that's got some time to it, a match that doesn't have advert inconveniences, we do need that. No holds barred Asuka. In fact, a no holds barred Asuka match at a pay-per-view. I don't even care who it's against. I would love that. No count-outs. Announce table stuff aside, doing all the stuff with chairs is safe from paralysis. Well, I think the way that it's flat, isn't it? It's flat. I mean, like, the stuff where they throw them onto the edge of the chairs, that's moody, and I don't really get how they do that. Because that's something that you never used to see, is when, like, they set the chair up and they slam them on the top of the chair. But, I mean, look, you're never going to be, like, safe from paralysis. I mean, we saw that belly-to-belly that Big E and Ridge Holland did, and Big E obviously breaking his neck as a result of that. So, I mean, anything can happen, but I think they always try to have it be like a flat surface. So, you know, here, look, you've got like a pile of chairs that are flat, and Becky is suplexed on top of them. So, superplex on top of those chairs. And you can see the marks on her back, but because the chairs were, like, out flat, there's a few that are on top. I mean, look, it's going to be a moody spot, but I would say the risk of paralysis is low with that spot. But, yeah, I mean, like, with a screen sticking up and things that are, like, you know, like that your back can properly go over, that is going to carry a higher risk. Asuka puts the trash can over Becky, fires in a kick and another one. Lovely quick strikes. The trash can is getting bent around Becky. She slaps on top of it. The trash can. Don't know why Becky's just on her knees. I'm sure she can get it off of her. Asuka going up top. Missile drop kick to the trash can. Becky goes down. 1, 2. Oof. I do think that she was in that trash can a little bit too long. I feel like she absolutely could have at least got it off of her. Table, table. Asuka's trying to get the table chant going. It's not often that you see the wrestler leading the chants for tables. Normally it's the crowd that are asking for tables, and it's a bit of an inconvenience. But look at the smile on her face. She's like, tables, tables. She knows what the crowd love and what the crowd want. She is here to give it to them. Do you know what is wrong with Rhea Ripley? I know she wasn't cleared, but has there been any more information? Something to do with her... Was it her concussion? Something to do with her head and her... I want to say her teeth? Let's have a look. Rather than trying to recall. Brain injury. Footage of the exact moment that Rhea Ripley suffered a brain injury. So her knee went into her own head. Rhea Ripley was set to face Bianca Belair for the Raw Women's Championship, but the match is now off from Money in the Bank. She's out during detail. It's a tooth and brain injury. We found the footage, and it is brutal. Alexa and Liv hit Ripley with a double team move, and her leg collided with the bottom rope. As you can see, Ripley sustained her injury with the knee going into her mouth. I do have the footage here. Don't know if you can see, but against the ropes, kicks into the back, and bang! Oh, yeah. Yeah. Show it again. Look at that. Look at how it bounces off the bottom rope. Boom! Little bit out of focus, but she goes over, bounces off, and her own knee smacks her in the face at quite some speed. How long have we got? We got only a couple of minutes. There was an umbrella that was introduced. The table is in the ring. Asuka with Mist going up top. Becky has jumped up. Grabs Asuka. Asuka in an electric chair position. Up top, forearm strike by Becky. Becky's going to look to drive Asuka through the table. Becky bottom. Becky bottom through the table. 1, 2, 3. She beats Asuka. They both check on each other there as well. Becky just tapped Asuka. Asuka just gave her a little tap back to say, I'm fine. Big time Bex. Big time Bex beats Asuka. So, missed by Asuka. Becky uses the umbrella to block it. Becky bottom. Becky wins. Becky wins. Tree Trunker said, does that look brutal? I hope she gets better. Becky says, yes, I am back. Welcome back to the big time. Becky wins in with a good main event. Those are the kind of results that kind of hold Asuka back, unfortunately. You know, when we talk about who the best women's wrestlers are, I really feel that in-ring Asuka is the best ever for WWE. I just think that everything she does is so crisp. It's so clean. She just, you know, her character is so large. She's so much fun. I rate absolutely everything about her. But then, you know, it'll come to these big moments, these big matches, and she, you know, falls short. Big match there, to get a win, get some momentum, which, you know, I mean, look, momentum means nothing, but that would have been useful if she had been able to have, you know, picked up a win and, you know, gone on to potentially face the champion, but not to be. She loses, and I don't know when we'll get her back in a title scene. I don't know what's next for her, actually. She's just had this little feud with Becky. That seems to be over now. Good match. Raw did feel flat tonight, but overall entertaining, says Dom. Well, let's get in the chat and we'll get the poll up. I agree. It did feel a bit flat tonight. What did you score? WWE Raw. 8 to 10, 7 to 7, 5, 6 to 6, 7, 5, 5, 7, 5, or below. China would squash Becky. 3, boring. 0 build for SummerSlam. Who was the guy in the middle? That was that Kevin Patrick guy. Kevin Patrick is normally just like a backstage announcer, but here they used him in that role of commentator. Full-time score 6.5, says Austin. Finn said, I don't watch WWE anymore, but is Vince still chairman? Well, no. Technically, no. CEO and chairman is Stephanie on an interim basis. So, there's every chance that he will go back into that role. Do you think if WWE does Natalya versus Liv and Carmella versus Bianca, it would feel flat for the environment? Yes. Yes. You would need bigger than that for SummerSlam. I think you can get away with Natalya Liv if it's a good story and a good build. I think you can get away with it. I know that Liv fans would probably want a bigger, name for her to be facing, but I really think that she needs to kind of work her way up to a Bayley and whatever. I think for her now to be champion and now just start beating Charlotte, Alexa, Bayley, I don't know. I'm going to really struggle with that. To see her now all of a sudden becoming this dominant Wonder Woman. I feel like she's won Money in the Bank, cashed in. She's got the belt. She's got the opportunity. Her future is bright. But I think we need to, not run before we can walk. And I would like to see her have some good feuds against some good, solid, credible opponents and allow her time to develop and, improve. So, yeah, I think you could get away with Natalya Liv at SummerSlam as long as the story's good, as long as the build is good. But that does put pressure on Bianca to then have a big name opponent. And what you could do is you could have, say, Liv go over Natalya, and then that be the moment you bring back Bayley. And, Bayley could make her intentions clear that she wants Liv. I like the idea of Liv saying, no, you're not just going to come back from a year away and be, my next challenge. You're going to need to qualify and Liv try and find a way of not facing Bayley. And, she could even admit that she's a bit uncertain as to am I good enough to beat her? I feel like I need some other matches first before I reach Bayley's level. She needs to go away and show that she is ready to compete for the title, but I also need to go away and show myself that I'm ready for Bayley. And I would do something like that. So I like the idea of a Natalya versus Liv. I like the idea of Bayley coming back. I like the idea of Liv showing that she is uncertain about if she really is the champion, trying to stall a little bit for time and being quite honest. And I think people would really buy into that, really buy into Liv having those doubts, because that feels very realistic. And then, she's only going to be able to hold Bayley back for so long. Bayley will obviously get her opportunity, and I don't know when that opportunity comes, but I think she should be able to hold her off till, say, Clash at the Castle. So she should be able to hold her off till, say, September, something like that. So that would give her August to, have a couple of matches maybe against some good, credible opponents, build towards Clash at the Castle. So, I'd do something like that. I think... I don't think there's a show in August. You've got right at the end, 30th of July, you've got at SummerSlam, and then I think the next show is in September. So I think, yeah, that's the story I would tell. Have you been to the United States? Yep, I've been quite a few times actually. I've only ever been to Florida and New York. I've been to New York once and really enjoyed it. Went there and then went to Niagara Falls. So I think we spent like 3 days in New York, and then we spent about 2 days in Niagara. So it was about a week in all that I was there. And then what with like flights and whatever, it worked out to be, about a week. But it was great. Really enjoyed it. The other time, I must have been about 6-7 times to Florida. Florida, it was relatively cheap. You could get, for about $800 to £1,000, you could get flights and 2 weeks hotel in Florida. You just had to make sure you didn't go when the kids are off. When the kids are off, the prices go through the roof. The prices go to the moon. So as long as you avoid like the kids' holidays, then as you can imagine, kids are at school. A lot of people are at work. Those hotels, there's a lot of hotels in Florida. They need filling. So you used to, I don't know if you still can get a decent deal, but yeah, around about that £800 to £1,000 mark. That's what it was about, say, 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. It was around that kind of price. And so I used to just save, and then I would go every couple of years. And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I would go again. I mean, it's what's so good about it is like you go and you guys have Target, Walmart, which we don't have. So, there's a lot of exclusive figures that you can't get. Obviously, you've got the weather in Florida. You've got the theme parks as well, which are obviously really cool. The food's great. I mean, even silly things like we don't have Wendy's, we don't have Popeyes, we don't have nice Ponderosa we popped into. It's kind of like an all-you-can-eat kind of a place, and food was fine. It wasn't like mind-blowing, but I mean, for the amount of like, it was like, I can't remember how much it was, $20, I don't know, all-you-can-eat. I mean, it was just great. But like, what else have you got? What's the one I'm thinking of? Denny's. We don't have Denny's. There's like a pancake place that we don't have. I mean, there's just so much stuff that we don't have that you've got over there. I think we do have Popeyes now, actually, but it's still only in limited locations. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like it's a lot like the UK, but just in the future. Like, we're getting Popeyes coming over now. You've had it for how long? I mean, we've obviously got stuff you don't have as well, but it's just really interesting to go over, and everyone talks English, which is super helpful. And things were cheaper, but because I remember back in like the early 2000s, I think like every pound, every dollar was like 2 to 1 or something. So the exchange rate was brilliant for us. So when we went over, things were really cheap. So, but I think that's changed. I think like that's changed now, and so you don't get as much for your money anymore. I really can't remember. In my mind, like you got $2 for every pound. So, do you know what I mean? Like, that would basically mean that if a t-shirt was $20, it was basically £10. Or if something was $50, it was basically £25. And so, it was really good exchange rate. It was great. But it's not that way anymore. Canada used to have Ponderosa, says Jim. Do you know, we went into Ponderosa back in 97. First time I went to America was in 97 with my family. And I was obviously young, and we did the parks and everything. But because, like, you know, my parents weren't like that, didn't have much money. I mean, we weren't poor, but we weren't rich. So it was a big deal going to Florida. And because of that, you know, you're just trying to find ways of, you know, trying to find affordable places to eat and whatever. So we ended up going to that Ponderosa. And as I said, you know, it wasn't expensive, but it filled you up. It was tasty. There was good range. I mean, it was great. I mean, we went back there in 2018 and we went to Ponderosa. Kind of for the memories, to be honest. We did go to other places as well, but yeah, it was great. It was great. I've got nothing against that. There's a place called Perkins as well that do great milkshakes. Popped in there. It's just, I don't know, there's loads. I've never been to a White Castle. I don't know what that's all about. Is that where they do shows? Do they do like medieval shows there? I don't know. But I've seen them. I've seen some White Castles, but I've never been to one. But yeah, you know, your Targets, your Walmarts. God, where else do we go? GameStop. There's never really much in GameStop, to be honest. Games. But obviously I tend to go for like wrestling stuff. FYE. I did love FYE, but that started closing down. There's not many of them now. But I did love FYE. That was like an entertainment store. Obviously Toys R Us. We have that. We had that here. But that's closed everywhere apart from Canada. Although I think a few places might have popped open now. But yeah, you know, I would love to go back. I do love the US, and I've been to Canada. I've been to Toronto, been to Niagara Falls, been to Toronto a few times actually. So yeah, love that part of the world. No, that's medieval times. Oh, I don't know if I've seen one of them. I don't like the little White Castle onions. James said there's a couple of Popeyes in Birmingham now. I've not been, and in fact I didn't even know they'd opened in Birmingham. But I know that there was, and I remember this conversation's come up before, and we looked and we saw that they were starting to like expand out now. But yeah, I've not been, but I would like to check them out. I'd like to give them a go. I was going to say that Florida's never been cheap to me coming from Illinois, but the exchange rate from UK in the late 90s was about $1 to £2. Yeah, I remember, like, we were just loving life. Loving life. I mean, it was literally whatever the cost was, you halved it. And that was great. It was absolutely brilliant. Meant that you could get loads of stuff for your money, but it's not that way now. I think last time we saw it was about 1.3. So it really had dropped quite a bit. Liv versus Sonya. Sonya or Natalya would be a great start for her title reign. Do you think WWE should avoid putting Liv in championship contender matches? Yes. Yeah, don't put her in championship contender matches. Liv Sonya, I like that. Shayna would be tricky because I think Shayna's a threat. In all fairness, Natalya's a threat as well, but Shayna hasn't really been presented as much of a problem in WWE. And in all fairness, she got to the UFC, but she never really got anywhere in the UFC. So, yes, all of those I would say would be good starting points for Liv. Liv needs to, as we said, you know, get a bit of momentum as champion and get her feet under the table. But I think if you was to do that and then let the big names come, of course, but just try and hold them off for a bit, then, you know, it'd be interesting to see where we get with this title reign. Be interesting. Wingstop is hit or miss. I don't know what that is. I've never been in a Wingstop. Frozen White Castle from the grocery store is nothing like the restaurant. John said, I don't like White Castle onions. Just came back from class. Was Raw any good? I enjoyed seeing Gunther at the end. I enjoyed seeing the main event, but I thought it was quite spot heavy. You know, I would be critical of that in AEW, and I'm critical of that now. I call it as I see it. I think that it was quite spot heavy. I think if they were to just have like a really good no holds barred match, forget, you know, some of the silly bits that just aren't really needed. I think it was passable. Passable is where I am with this show. Did you see Chelsea in advanced talks for Sterling? I didn't. No, I didn't. I saw that we were obviously Ericsson, which is great news. Have you thought about doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? No. If I was young, I would. But to be honest, now I'm a little bit older. I sort of feel like that's passed me by. I could get into it, but I think as much as I would like to like learn those skills and like do that, I could see me getting into boxing more. I think like I'd be doing it for fitness and kind of rolling around with someone on the floor. Don't know if that's my bag. I think if I was young, I could see myself getting into it. But as someone that's a bit older now, I don't know. I kind of feel like now I'm a bit older. If I'm doing something for fitness, then I'd probably turn to boxing. So I could see me doing that, but it would only be a fitness thing. Don't think I'm getting into any kind of flipping proper boxing events or anything. In fact, I'm not even doing any boxing, so don't even think about it at all. But if I was to do anything for like a fitness thing, which I am constantly thinking about, like, you know, trying to stay fit. All I do is sit on this sofa. That's something that I would probably look at. It's dropped to 121 now. Oh my god. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. That's crazy. Are you doing a stream tomorrow? Well, we're doing the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. So, Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow, and I don't think there's anything else, but to be honest, I want to get the super chat sorted, because I do like the fact they're back and, you know, I mean, like, they're making some noise. But I want ones that all the different kind of, do you know what I mean? If you donate $1, it does this. If you donate $2, it does this. If you donate $3, it does this. If you donate $4, it does this. So I want to spend some time on that. I want to fix this scroll at the bottom. So I want to get that sorted as well. And there's just like bits like that I want to get done. So that'll be probably my day tomorrow. And Wrestling Escape Pod. And then, of course, we're back on Wednesday with AEW. Why does WWE get all the way to the main event just to give them 14 minutes to cram everything in? At least they should have a 20-minute time limit, says Ronnie. Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Did Raw feel like a taped show? Because it felt like half the roster was missing and not strong coming out of a Fallout show. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they're battling a little bit of injury, and there's probably some people that are a bit banged up as well after the weekend. But obviously there's no Cody around. We don't know what's happening with Kevin Owens. So there's no Cody, there's no Owens, there's no Randy Orton. So, yeah, there's a few people. Obviously, there's no Charlotte around at the moment. So there's a few people that are away. And I'm sure there probably is some people banged up after Money in the Bank. So, yeah, it did feel a bit like there was some people missing. I would say the cookout as well that we kept going back to was... I mean, we've seen those kind of segments before. And I didn't think that this one was all that funny. I like the eating contest, and then it turned out Tozawa won. I thought that was good. And then, obviously, it leads to the match where Otis throws up. So... You know, there's stuff, you know, it played a part, but there was a lot of cookout, well, felt like there was a few cookout segments. I suppose, like, Ezekiel spraying Seth with ketchup, you know, that's all right. I don't know, I don't know. I just feel like it could have been better, funnier. We could have done, you know, if you think that you could have done anything tonight, a blank sheet of paper, and you've got the stars that you've got, you know, could you have written and put on a better show than that? I feel like you could. It did feel like tonight was lacking. It did feel like tonight was a bit below par. As you said, coming out of a Money in the Bank show that I think was genuinely well received, apart from, there was grumbles about Theory winning, but Tony Storm was on the main roster for 5 months, lacked patience, wasn't expecting the creative to be a process. It does take time to get your feet under tables. Look at Liv's patience. Yeah, I think that's why, it's funny, but I was thinking about that earlier, about how all those times that she doesn't get on the show, all they're doing is they're making people warm to her more because they feel like she's being cheated and disrespected. I wonder if Vince uses that, I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes, as a genuine tool to help get people over. I don't know if he's that clever, right? I don't know. It works, but I don't know if it's done on purpose. I don't know if he's that tuned in to, right, what we'll do is we will leave you off TV for a while. We'll have you go out, and when you do go out, you'll lose the odd match. And what we'll do is we will build up that sympathy with the audience, because they will want you to get more respect than what you're getting. They will want you to get more TV time. We saw the same thing happen with Naomi, where Naomi was trending. Give Naomi a chance. Liv couldn't get on TV, and her fan base certainly didn't disappear. It got stronger because people demanded that she get TV time, and people were desperate for her to go on to succeed. So it's a very powerful tool if there's someone that you keep off TV, and when you show them, they just lose. It only works, though, with certain people. I mean, Dana Brooke, it never worked with. Nikki ASH, it never worked with. They've got to have that connection with the audience already. Like Nikki ASH, a lot of people were not into that gimmick, so they're not going to be clamoring for her. And Dana's never really connected with the audience. They've got to have formulated that connection already, and then you leave them off. And if you do bring them on, then maybe they lose. Maybe it's a bit stop-start. It's right. I mean, you're absolutely right. But it's a very powerful tool, that, because what you do is you get people to the point where they really want to see someone succeed, and then when you give it to them, you get the reaction that Liv got, and Liv got a great reaction. She did. I mean, she was very overwhelmingly popular when she won Money in the Bank, and there was great reaction there. And then when she cashed in, people loved that as well. I am under no illusion I am in the minority of people that are critical of the cash-in. I don't care that she's champ. I don't care that she won Money in the Bank. I know that I'm probably in the minority when it comes to people being critical of the cash-in moment. But I've explained why it didn't quite sit well with me. It wasn't my cup of tea. But, I'm on board to seeing where it goes now. We're there. She's champ. We'll see where it goes. But, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, you've got to be patient. And it does pay off to have that patience. Right, we are going to wrap this up about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then that'll take us to past, won't it? So, who did the better miss job, Asuka or Otis? Man, I'd say Otis. Who won the main event? Becky won the main event tonight. Becky did. Rick, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Guess they're giving people time off for the holiday. Did anything major happen? No. Nothing major happened. No, this was a show that felt a little bit cruise control. So, no edge. We did get the vignette a couple of times, but no edge. Bobby opening the show with Theory. Looks like they're on a collision course for SummerSlam. Yeah, we got the Mysterios and Judgement Day. That was okay. We got Logan Paul. Obviously, video package. Miz responded. They're clearly on a collision course. We got AJ, and he took on the Miz. Tommaso Ciampa was attacked AJ from behind, and so we saw Tommaso and Miz and that union. So we got to see that. So it was just little bits like that, really. We got Liv in the ring kind of celebrating. That led to a tag match. But there was nothing that I can say really has got like long-term lasting effects, you know? Great stream. Thank you. Let's Killer, no worries. Why did you write down notes? I wrote down some notes so that I could like go back to them and refer to what happened earlier in the show. And just like put a few bits, like the notes I've put down are like, you know, Kevin Patrick on commentary, something a little bit different. Finn Balor's ring gear, never seen him wear that before. So, you know, it's just little bits like that that I was like jotting down. But yeah, it was what it was. It was all right. I wouldn't say it was a bad show, but it was. We've definitely seen better. Right, let's end the poll. And and I'm gonna score it. I'm gonna score it a 6.5. I think that this is it's coasting. There wasn't really much that stood out. There wasn't really much that I would say was bad, but I've seen much better Raws. So I'll say a 6.5. And it seems like you lot were quite split as well, because 32% of you went 7 to 7.5. 27% went 8 to 10. 26% went 6 to 6.75. 5.75 or below, 13%. 287 votes. So there we go. That's a good sample size, actually. Once you get over like 250 votes, gives you a really good sample size. We've had polls that have done like 50,000 votes on the UFC streams, and they just don't tend to move much. Once you've got like around 300 votes, 250, 300 votes, they move a few percent, but nothing too drastic. So it's a good sample size, and probably a decent reflection of what people were thinking. So majority going 7 to 7.75. 8 to 10, I would say, was high for the show. 6 to 6.75 is where I am. And then, you know, I can understand people being a bit down on it. 13%, 5.75 or below. So, interesting. Right, appreciate the support, guys. Hope you got out of it whatever you could. We are obviously back for Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow and AEW on Wednesday. Looking forward to that, actually. They got a good result last week. The Blood and Guts got over 1 million. Can they keep that momentum going? What's the future going to hold as we move further away from Forbidden Door? So, you know, we've got all that happening on Wednesday. And, of course, before we know it, it will be Friday, and it'll be time to go back to SmackDown and see what's happening over there as well. So, plenty coming up this week. Awesome. Appreciate the support. And as I said, hope you got out of it what you could. So thanks a lot for watching. And bye for now.